Yo, how's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening, Zahori, Johnny Bravo. How's it going? Wise Wizard, Chris Allen with the 45 watch streak. Nice. Mr. Weedbringer, how's it going? Ellie, Alban, Hercuderp, Auxilia, and Zach. How are we doing, everybody? How are we doing? I managed to get on a bit early today for me. Not much, but a little bit. The Sayroon. Johnny, are you referring to the leveling Rock Splitter builds, or are you referring to the end game Rock Splitter builds? Because that would actually change. There are other ways of getting vulnerable without the save rune, and I'm going to be updating both of those guides tomorrow. They're on my list. I was working on guides all day today. I've got quite a few of them done now. Or I'm working on a bunch of them. You're doing good, Zach? Nice. Yes, you managed to get a 135 down on Stinger, Zach. Nice. I mean, to be honest, I got a 130 down with 3 minutes left, and the boss took me 5 minutes, and I didn't exactly go out my way to try and find ads to make it quicker, so, and I had no transfigurations. Yeah, nice. Hey, Vincent, how's it going? Welcome in, first time chatter. I wouldn't look at that build too much yet, because I'm going to be updating it during the stream. I'm going to be testing this like it's next season without the Rushing Claw or Perma Evade stuff to see if we can figure out another way of achieving something that will work for it. But it's, yeah, keep an eye on it. Maybe hit the follow button, Vincent, if you're interested. It'll be updated by the end of this stream. And also, welcome in. With the 2 poison transfigs I did, okay. I can push without the 2 poison. No, you're fine. The fact that you managed to do a 135 is good enough for me, because that means it absolutely will do a 140 next season. Which is going to put it, that's going to put it in meta. That's meta Spiritborn. Some people seem to think Counter Swarm's going to go to 145. I'm not so certain. I think they're forgetting that because they can't perma-spam Rushing Claw, they can't activate the Zik rune as often, so they're not going to get that bonus quite as frequent. But we'll see. I could be wrong. I think 140 is a more accurate representation of it. Endgame, you're in T8. Okay, Scourge then, Johnny Bravo. Scourge provides vulnerable. But I'll be updating those guides tomorrow in full. It will still do 140, I think, Zach, and maybe it will go a little bit higher. I'm always conservative in my estimates because I don't like going to everyone, oh, all these builds are going to do 145, 140, and then no one's ever going to achieve that because you would need literally GG gear, and even then it's going to be like a 1 in a billion run, you know, it's a bit... Yes, I'd rather underestimate a little bit. No worries, Johnny. You're good. How are you finding the build anyway? So my plan today, again, I was going to do leveling testing, but honestly, I don't think I really need too much. What I do want to play around with today is the one build I haven't really played with since day one at all, which is the Storm Feathers stuff. That just doesn't work until you're like Paragon and 200 plus, really. I just want to have a little play around to see if we can... I'm going to try... So the build, I think, is designed to work with the Rushing Claw evasive swipe, regardless of it being an evade. However, you can't use Loyalty's Mantle with that right now, and the Storm Feathers, because Double Eagle doesn't reduce the cooldown of evasive swipe. You need Double Jaguar, so that kind of breaks that. And getting evasive swipe down to... I mean, it might be possible to get it to low enough cooldown. I don't know. What I wanted to... Even then, it's going to be clunky. What I wanted to try... Hey. Ank gifted 3 months. 3 months, Ank. Well, Little Wolf. Little Wolf girl, you got 3 months of tier 1. Nice. Thank you, Ank. Appreciate you. Hey, Rosie, how's it going? What I wanted to play around with is the concepts of can we get perma-evade working? I've got some thoughts on it. I'm not sure it will be doable. But let's say you evade every 0.5 seconds and you have 7 maximum evade charges, which is doable. So you use 2 a second. You get the cooldown down by 75%, which is easy to do on evade. Specifically evade it is. So that brings you down to 1.5 seconds of charge. There is a mechanic we might be able to use in order to recharge evade charges. I need to have a little play around with it. And if it works, it would mean it might be playable. For Scourge, is that from a rune? No, it's not, Johnny Bravo. I'll show you on stream in a couple of minutes. It's a skill. And there's an upgrade to the skill that gives it vulnerable. AC Hey, Seafied, how's it going? I'm sorry if I savaged your name. I was trying to work out if it's feed or fied, because we say different words with those letters in that order in different ways, depending on what the word is. But yeah, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. It's in the skill tree, Johnny. Yeah, JB, how's it going? Sabotage, how's it going? If you can find a way to perma-evade again, I'm going to try. Yeah. See, if Loyalty's Mantle works with Eagle on evasive swipe, then I think it'd be near doable. But we'll try. I haven't got much resources, so I've got to try and be optimal with my resource usage. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the training room first and try evade, just literal evade, and just see what we've got and see what we can do or can't do, I suppose. Yeah, so that's kind of the plan today. And then if we can get something working without the current perma evade tech, then I will update that guide accordingly. The Storm Feather stuff will work because you're picking up so many feathers. That does work. And that does not rely on using double Eagle. We actually end up going Jaguar Eagle for that. In which case, we're not bound by the Loyalties Mantle. And we strive to get the cooldown reduction we need without it, which is what I did on live. And it is achievable. It's hard, but it's achievable, and it's exactly what I did on Storm Feather on live. So I got Storm Feathers very close to perma Rushing Claw. But it would be easier on the Storm Feather build if the Halls actually works, yeah. Because the Lord's Mantle would just solve the cooldown problem. Yeah, I see it in the tree, but what do we do to replace the save rune with? Oh, what do you want to replace the save? What runes are you using, Johnny Bravo? You'll probably want to have Moni Zik and Igni Cry. Something like that will do. That gives you auto procs of Vortex and Concussive Stomp. So you can get the big damage from the Zik rune. You can get the pull-in from the Cry. You can have the damage reduction from the Vortex. You can have the... and so on and so on. It does loads. And knockdowns and barrier gen. It'll give you Resolve next season. Yeah, I've moved a lot of my guides away from Glynn's Anvil, more in favour of debilitating toxins, actually. I prefer having some DR up front, and then that extra damage reduction will actually make it better than 40 DR, I think. Hey, Clink's here. How you doing, Clink? Drink City Streamer. Cheers, man. It is freaking hot in here tonight. Holy cow. I didn't even work out before, and I'm sweating my tits off. It is... it's like absurdly hot today in England. It's meant to be a bit cooler tomorrow. We'll see. You've been using Igni Zik and Moni Say. No, use Moni Zik and Igni Cry. Try that. It'll be better. Trust me. That guide's probably a bit out of date because I did that really early on in the season while I was learning stuff and we found bugs and stuff. It's cold where you are, Clink. I'd like a middle ground. That'd be good. Evade Swarm is your favourite build I've ever played. Push 130 on it, JB. Nice. I am looking forward to playing Stinger. I am going to surprise the whole Spiritborn community with that build. I don't think the other creators have found what I found. Yeah. I think they're looking more at the Lightning Stinger stuff, and they would be wrong. That is weaker than what I found. It may be a bug what I found, but screw it. We're going to play it. It's going to be good. I'm going to have a good time. And then they'll nerf it because it's going to do quintillions of damage. Yeah. Oh, well. And it still won't make us as strong as rogues if they're still bugs, but never mind. We'll be close. Good times. Right, okay, I'll tell you what. Let's flick over and I can show you this skill, Johnny, so you can see what it is. And I guess we'll go to the training room and see if we can make something work with this build or not. Hey, JDI, hey, how's it going, dudes? Yeah, no worries, man. I saw you were in your zone. I get it. When you're doing build stuff, you can get in the zone and that. I had to go on lurk because it was like 5 in the morning for me or something, and I was wrecked. I was working on guides all day, and then testing and working on guides all night, and it's what I've been doing today as well. So, yeah, I was pretty wrecked. But, yeah, it was good, dudes. How was the rest of your stream? We're going to try and see if we can do something with Storm Feathers today, just so I can say I've tested it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least then I can say I've tried it. I'm going to go to the... I don't really need to do too much to start with. I'm going to go over here. Go to the training room. I actually prefer this training room just because it's the OG one, I suppose. Hey, Too Many, how's it going? Too Many Tunes, how's it going? I love his name. It's great. You have too many tunes and I've got one. That's one's enough. I wasn't doing the war plans more than once. Right. Let's get naked. Let's strip the character down. Okay, let's make some room. Oh, God. Oh, look how much stuff I was testing with yesterday. Look at this. Oh, my inventory's such a mess. Oh, my gosh. This is like... even it's gotten to the point where even my OCD isn't kicking in anymore. So I fully updated Crushing Hand, Fire Rock Spitter, Fire Saw today. They're done. Plus Poison Stinger, Lightning Stinger, and Touch of Death are all done. And I have 9 left to do, including this one, if this works. It's going to be a very busy day tomorrow. Oh, CA, I know too many, I know. Wait, we're stripping now, Herky Derp. In game, yeah. Count me in. Nice. I still don't understand of why having more mobs poison brings you more damage with Stinger. To be fair, I do. I know exactly why. And I'll make a video on this so that it goes live on day 1, about 1 or 2 hours before the season goes live. Yeah. I'd be like, hey guys, so this bug, I'll make a Zik Room bug video, and then I'll make a follow-up video, which is like, oh yes, guys, there's another bug, by the way. It'll probably change what people are going to play last minute. Yeah. Right, okay, let's... Because what we're going to do to start with, I know what certain pieces of gear are going to be on this build regardless, so we can just slap those in. Refund. Reset. I like to do this when I do a new build. You just literally go back to square one. Near enough. And then you can work things from there. I haven't got any space to put this gear in. Oh my god. Okay. I'm going to need that, aren't I? I don't think... I haven't got a particularly good Wushin up par, so... I don't think... Even if I get this build going, it's not going to be particularly strong, but... It doesn't matter. It's more about testing, because I can work out numbers from what I've got. I can be like, well, my gear could be 1,000 times better. And then just work out roughly what I'm missing and stuff. Right, let's dump all this over here. We'll need a loyalties mantle. That will be used on this build. It's the only one I've got, so that will go in there. Have I got another Wusha? I probably did have a better Wusha at some point. I think I probably threw it away, though. Oh. Oh. Oh, I do! Yes! Past Dom, thought of future Dom. Yes, I win. It's not perfect, but it'll do. That's a lot better than what I had. Yeah, I'll take it. That's good. We'll like that. That's good enough. Right, I need a pair of boots. Not the ones I was using. Ones I can repurpose here. Let's see what we've got. I'm potentially... I was going to say I potentially need Ravager on them, but maybe I don't. It depends if you're going to use actual evade or if you're going to use Rushing Claw. Actual evade won't work with the increased rate cooldown, I don't think, but then maybe it will. We should test this. Because that would increase the rate at which your evade's cooldown, and that would be really nice. Actually, there is something I can test here. I hope I didn't throw these away. Have I got a pair of boots that has maximum evade charges on it? I bet I threw them all away. Oh. I mean, obviously I can roll some. That's a pretty absurd pair of boots, actually. You really want the GA max evade. I don't think I've got it. However, that pair of boots there. I don't know if I need the Ravager ranks. I think I probably will need movement speed on these. Otherwise, I'm going to just be really slow in between. Maybe. So that's the ones I was using. I kind of need that for my footage, I think. Have I not got another pair like that? Movement speed. Let's have a look. I mean, only thing I can see is the 50% is bugged, and it's not the 50% obsidian, although it plays into that. The evade cooldown temp is really high, yeah, exactly. It doesn't work for Saw, no. I reported this to Blizzard. But you can make Saw work with mobility tempers still. You have to invest elsewhere. I'm trying to work out. I've got a bunch of... Yeah, okay, I might end up using these. Yeah, okay. I think I can repurpose those. I'm going to go to town and see if I can make that work. Because I think I can. I can give max evade charge boots. Have you? What other stats has it got, Mr. Weed? That'd be really good for testing. The more maximum evade charges I've got, the better, really. Wow, look how slow I run. Holy cow. Me got fat. Right, let's remove the affix here. Boop. Right, and then we'll add a movement speed one, mobility and utility. Nope. Remove such things. Oh, I could have just re-rolled, couldn't I? Oops, I forget you can do that. There you go, maximum evade charges. And then all I need to do is add another one. And I could just re-roll it. Is it GA max evade 4 in total? Okay. What other stats has it got on it, Mr. Weedbringer? That does sound good, yeah. Because essentially, what I'm thinking is you get that and attacks reduce evades. And then I have dex and movement speed. You're going to have quite a lot of life from this build anyway. So that I could just re-roll this. I think you can have both of them if I remember right. Or can he only have one? Oh, maybe you can only have one. You can't have attacks reduce and max evade. I thought you could have both. Swear I had a pair of boots with both before. Oh, that sucks. Bubba. Maybe you can't. Alright, well that's that out the window then. Yeah, we'll stick with that for now. Hey, Itto, how's it going? I have a Whooshin' Up par with 4 GA, weapon damage, dex, max life damage over time. That's a really kind offer, first time chatter. Thank you so much. I'm actually going to use the one I've got purely because if we can get this build going without the Russian claw tech that's currently in the game, it's a lightning build that's going to crit. So this one I've got here, which has got crit lightning, it's 3 GA with lightning crit, max life weapon damage, is actually near enough perfect for what I want. But I really appreciate the offer. Thank you so much. Welcome in as well, by the way. I presume you've been playing some Spiritborn if you've got some Spiritborn items. Let's get this up to max. No, I really appreciate it. If I didn't have one, that would have been fantastic. Because I don't need it to be perfect. Like, even if I can only do a pit 110, if I've got trash gear, and I sit down and go, well, I could have had this, and this, and this, and this, you can basically go, well, this adds a pit, this adds 2 pits, and so on and so on. So you can just math it up. Within estimations, I could actually go and math it better, to be honest. But you could essentially go math things, you know. You just need a baseline to test it with to start with. You enjoyed it. Because of me. Oh, nice. Which one did you play? Thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Vegas, how's it going, dude? I have a Whooshin' Up heart. Oh, sorry. It's you. It's you, Ito. Okay, nice. Sorry. I'll try my best to keep up with all the chats. David, how's it going? Could you let me know your thoughts on Evade Spiritborn in next season? I'm going to be testing it tonight. Well, Swarm will be fine, but you won't be perma-evading no matter what you do. What I'm testing right now is there another way of doing evade? I don't know. We'll find out. I had some thoughts earlier, and I was like, I should just test this so I don't sit there and go, what if? And it turns out it was actually kind of possible, you know? Now, let me have a look at this quickly. Hitting an enemy has up to a 35% chance to reduce your evade cooldown by 5 seconds. Each stack of ferocity you have increases this by 5. So you only need 10, 13 stacks of ferocity, which is a lot, to be fair. And you'd get this up really high. But you wouldn't need to activate this every time. You could literally have... You could just stack ranks of Ravager. And get to the point where you have, like... Make sure you got some ferocity gen in there. If you had 6 ranks of ferocity, that'd be 65% on lucky hit. I don't think the Storm Feathers lucky hit. But your Eagle... Your ultimate, on the other hand, is a different story. Your Seeker's got 35% lucky hit chance. And on top of that, we've got... I mean, you could potentially transfig on, say, like... Where is it? The multiplicative lucky hit stuff. And next season... Your Fist of Fate has got lucky hit on it again. We don't know how much. But if that's, like, really high again, then you'd be able to get your ultimate with a really high lucky hit chance. And if you reduce your cooldown of your ultimate, of your evade by 5 seconds, that'd give you 3 charges back, and that'd be your problem solved. You wouldn't be able to perma-evade across a field without any enemies. But if you're doing a dungeon and you hit an enemy every now and then, you'd be good. Lightning damage has up to 15% chance to grant a stack of ferocity. There you go. There's your ferocity generation. It's all intentional. Like, all the builds I've been doing, you can see someone... To be fair to the devs, you can see someone has actually sat down and at least theoried out some builds, and they've been designed for it. I can see where the builds are meant to be working. The problem is, either there's bugs that mean things don't work properly, so you can't do them, such as the Hall bug, the Spirit Hall bugs, or... They didn't actually fully test it, like it actually in game, and it just doesn't quite work the way they thought, and then it just needs some love. But a lot of the stuff I can actually see, like where some things I raise my eyebrow, and I'm like, I don't get that. If I don't get it, then I'm really not sure what the intention was. I obviously don't know everything, and I'm sure I missed stuff, but a lot of the stuff I can kind of see what they were intending for you to do to solve the problem. But they've thrown different problems at you. They don't want you to be able to solve perma-evade so easily, essentially. Which is fine, as long as it can be solved. That's the problem. If it can't be solved for builds that require it, you know? If it takes a number of investments, meaning it can never reasonably be used on Swarm or something, which is already very strong... I think that's fine. If you've got a build that intentionally builds around it and gets damage that's okay because of it, that's fine. Flicker step, velocity stack, cooldown on ring. The Jaguar version of the Seeker. We don't need that, I don't think. You can use you can use Great Storm for Ferocity Gen here. This is fine. But you could, well, I mean, you could use that as well, of course. But... You could also use Stormbringer just because you're also going to use the Thunder God's Ring on this. That's a good point. The Thunder God's Blessing will be on this build for Resolve generation. And I've got... My one's not particularly amazing, but this will do. So that'll go there. You'll have the Temerity on this build. I think my other one will be better, even though it's 96. I suppose I could re-roll it. Where did it go? Because that's your barrier generation. A lot of this will be similar to before. Where the hell did it go? There we go. Oh, I don't have max life on that one either. Oof. That's a bummer. I might be a bit squish on it. Oh, I got max life there. We should be okay in the end. So, like, some of the gear here is just determined. I mean, honestly, you could even use... Next season with the mythic items, you're probably going to want to use... I do have one, yeah. It's not a very good one for this build, though. Has anyone got a good band of the first breath? I don't think I've got a good one. I really... Physical... No, these are the wrong damage types. I mean, I've got one. It's not the end of the world. They're just not amazing for my build. I suppose it doesn't matter. I can use it to test though, right? But that'll go to 78%. And you don't have to worry about resolve gen, because Thunder God solves that. So let's just stick one in. So, I mean, there's a lot of uniques here. So this is going to get buffed. 78% for anything that cares about it, like your Eagle Ultimate. So that's solved. This overstacks, apparently. So that'll be 130. So that's nice. Extra damage, extra defense, blah, blah, blah. This will go up to 390, so that's more damage. That'll go 390, that's more damage. That'll go to 78, that's more damage. But it's whether... Yeah, it's whether the Storm Feathers will even be remotely useful. This is obviously a much, much lower number than what it used to be. Yeah. You have to build on MOBA unpublished. Yeah, so Flicker Steps I've used in some of my builds for the ultimate cooldown stuff, yeah. Stat cooldown on ring, yeah. Flicker Step boots and the Velocity stat cooldown on ring. And then the Seeker Jaguar version. Yeah, that makes sense. You just need to hit enemies and then you can perma-evade, right? Dex, resist all elements, dodge chance. All GA. I mean, if you don't mind, Mr. Breedbringer, have you got me added? So you can, if you do exclamation mark B tag, you can add me. You played the Thorn Spiritborn for me. Okay, the Thorn one, and after I got some gear, I played Evade. Okay, nice. Yeah, nice. I might have 14. I'll have at least 14 builds up for Tuesday. If this one works, maybe 15. Oh, okay. Just join me, Mr. Weed. Yeah. Yeah, the Thunder Spike Evade Tech doesn't work anymore. You could also use Thunder Spike Evade Tech to have a proccable lucky hit while evading. Oh, that's true. No, that is true. Yes. Always. After you critically strike 15 times, Thunder Spike's next use will be third attack. Yeah, okay. I haven't even really looked at this much. Thunder Spike increases your movement speed. One sec. No, we don't have... Oh, yeah, when you evade, you attack with Thunder Spike along the way for 100% of normal damage. Interesting. You can get extra movement speed from this. That's really nice. Ha. I could use that in some of my builds. So when you evade, you get more movement speed. Oh, you need it on your hotbar, though, don't you? Which is fine. You can have it on the hotbar in here. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a good point. We could do that. Yeah, no worries, Mr. Weed. No rush. I mean, I can sort of somewhat test with these boots, but I don't really want to waste resources too much. If your ones have got Dex, Resist, all Dodge, I could just roll movement speed on them. And I've got these ones as backup. Hey, Gorsh, how's it going? Drink City Streamer. Cheers, man. Cheers, everybody. Temper cooldown on rings. Yeah. So I'll temper cooldown everywhere, of course. You want to get to that 75% cooldown reduction. Indeed. Mr. Weedbringer's just sorting me out here with a pair of boots that I think... Oh, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. We're at that stage of the season now where it's... I guess a lot of people won't be using some of this stuff, so... well, we don't need the dodge chance. I want the movement speed here. I don't have a lot of Forgotten Souls left, so I can't really afford to waste too much here. I don't even... I hope I've got enough to test this properly. Do you know what? I'm going to have to just hold off on that. Veiled crystals. I've got enough to convert some more veiled crystals. I might have to go do that quickly. After today, this will be the last time I'm testing any endgame builds, so it doesn't matter if I rinse my resources today, as long as I get this build somewhat tested. You push the 110 with booty gear with Evade Storm Feather. Thunder Spike is in the build for movement speed and the proc innovate. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yep, conversion. I'm running really slow because I just do not have any movement speed on right now. Oh, yeah, I can convert a load of these as well. Let's go. Okay, I mean, it's not going to solve all my problems, but... There we go. That's probably enough as long as I'm not too expensive with it. Yeah, nice. I just want to... this is a build that people... If we can get a build up that's somewhat like mobile and can farm, I think people will like that. So, yeah, it crossed my mind that it'd probably be doable. Okay, tempers. Yeah, you probably will want Evade's cooldown. Yeah, that's the thing. Getting to 100% movement speed on this and getting your cooldown. Yeah, if the spirit halls work properly, I know how you do it with the rushing claw stuff, but it doesn't. You can't use double eagle with it, so that's kind of poop. You are probably going to want the evade cooldown reduction here, but that's very low on the movement speed side of things. Yeah, I'll work out the aspects when I get there, JDI. I'm currently just thinking about movement speed. So I'm going to get a lot of cap speed attack. I can get a lot of cap 2 speed. Anything that represents this, anything that has the little multiplicative sign after it like this, that's cap 2. It's a bit of a cheap way, but they told me, the devs told me that's what that is. If it says multiplicative after movement, it's not multiplicative, that's just cap 2. Plus is cap 1, multiplicative is cap 2. So I can get a lot of cap 2 movement speed, but what I actually want is to get max movement speed as well. So I'm wondering, do I need both evade cooldowns here? Maybe not. I would have wanted cooldown reduction on these. Like, as in stats as well. I'm going to have to see if I can get there. I am going to need all the cooldown I can get. Hopefully it doesn't cost me too many resources. I'll go to what, like 12 at maximum. It's a big difference. It's a good job I had like 700 scrolls of restoration, really, isn't it? There we go, got it, sweet. So I could technically masterwork that in there as well, just to start with, just to help me out with it. Hey, Mr. Wheatbringer, thanks for the resub as well. I really appreciate your support, dudes. It's good to hear from you. Will that matter if it can kind of perma-evade? No. If it can kind of perma-evade, then that's the main thing. And then you just want to make sure it can do enough damage, right? We won't use Rushing Claw if you can do the perma-evade. That's the thing. I've got terrible rings here, but yeah, these you'll use these next season. 78%. Uniques are getting buffed, so they'll get stronger relative to legendaries aspects. That'll be, yeah, these will be way stronger, and they solve problems for us as well. Probably have redirected on the boots, although the only way I'm going to get to max movement speed, Unless I roll, it's roll. Even if I rolled a temper on there, it'd be close, but you wouldn't quite be there. Okay, let's find an amulet. 22.6. I would want cooldown reduction on the helm as well, but I don't have that. So that's unfortunate. I don't think I'm going to be able to achieve this without having it on the boots as well. You'll have to have a defensive aspect of kinds there. You'd really want interdiction here, to be honest. But you could put it on the amulet. I need to find an amulet that's at least half suitable. I might be able to repurpose that. Yeah, I might have to use this one. Oh, no, this is perfect. Near enough. Eagle skills. Storm Feathers are now Jaguar skills. Storm Feathers are now Jaguar skills and the Firestorm. Okay. I think Storm Feathers count as Eagle skills by default, right? Can't highlight it. No, I don't think they do. I don't think ranks in skills scale them, but this is probably the best. This has already got mobility cooldown it. This is probably the best amulet I'm going to have for this build, so we'll roll that into... that's what I was using on the Saw build. So Evade cooldown with the crit goes to 30%, plus it goes up high. It goes very high. So, I mean, 2 of those essentially solves your Evade cooldown. I've got to then figure out how I get enough movement speed. I absolutely do want the crit in here. But really, really hope it doesn't rinse too many Forgotten Souls. You got boosted to 251% from 190 for Feather, I think. No, look, 251 still. Not really sure which one of these is, but oh, it might be because I re-rolled these. I don't know. Yeah, let's take that out, for example. That halves it. Welcome to my home away. 251. No. Yeah, no, when I tested Firestorm, ranks of skills didn't boost that. Even though it said it was a Jaguar skill and an Eagle skill. But it just means it works with Jaguar and Eagle interactions. It doesn't scale its damage because it doesn't have a rank. Storm Feathers don't have ranks as such. They have got a damage number. But this scales with potency, I believe. Yeah, I need this. Come on, please give me the crit. I spent a lot of time testing Firestorm. They are 30%, nice. So that put me to about 45. Yeah, you're probably going to need it on the boots as well. The only problem if I use both... Actually, to be fair... Have I got... This would be good enough. Hey, Nebulous, how's it going? Drink City Streamer, cheers. How's it going, Nebulous? It was good. It was a good thought, Obsidia. Yeah, no worries, JDI. Thanks for the numbers. Antonio, how's it going, dudes? I'm good. How are you doing? Do you still need the tacits from yesterday? No, I'm okay, thanks. Appreciate it, though. I'm done testing that for now. Maybe we'll, if we get around to it again next season, we can have a play around with it then. Appreciate it, though. Yeah, this is a pretty good seal for what I want. I don't have a mythic one. And we're going to use the Quackly set here. Unfortunately, I think I've got all stats for a lot of these. I've got all stats in some of these, which is what you want. All stats will scale my damage here. This was the same on the Firestorm build. You want... Yeah, that's right. I was trying to roll all of these for all stats. Because that scales your dexterity. Dexterity scales all of your damage regardless. That's all stats, so that's unfortunate. I've got another one there. I've got some really good Quackly's charms. Yeah, that's all I have to do for now. And then you could put... You can't get a charm as a Thunder Gods. But if we do that... And put that in there... Maybe you won't. I think Protean Heart's better than this. What the Protean Heart gives us is movement speed, actually. 20%. And it gives us a bucket load of stats, so you're probably going to use that, honestly. Oh, that'd be stronger, I think. It's pretty close, though. It's like 1.75. 6, but that's just giving us damage, and that's just giving us damage and movement speed, so it probably is better overall. And then I guess, well, because we're going to need that aspects, I think, if we're going to try the evade stuff. So resource aspects, so you have to use it on a ring or your amulet, and you're not going to use it on an amulet. Definitely not using Mystic Circles unless you'll use Supremacy here. I need to go to Temis. So what is my movement speed at? So I'm getting 40 from that. Just turn it off a second. Why did that only give me 20? That's meant to give me 40. 190. Movement speed is doubled. What? 170. How have I got 170 movement speed? I haven't got any boots on. How? Oh, that's better. 150. There we go. Yeah, there was something snapshotted there or something. Where's... Oh, that's right. Oh, no. Movement speed capping is going to be fine. What am I talking about? You get 50 from this charm set, and you get, like, 10 in Paragon boards. We get 20 from the Proteans, and then you just have your roll... Oh, this is fine. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's so good. It's been a minute since I played with this set. So we only need one roll of movement speed just to make up the little bit, and then you'll be there. It'll be fine. There'll be no problem. Yeah, nice. Okay, I can see how this is coming together. That's a good point. It's getting nerfed, and let's have a look what the nerf is quickly. I need to math it to make sure you get 100% movement speed without it. Or with it, sorry. I'm just guessing that up now. 35%. Okay. Okay. Honestly, that doesn't concern me too much. Yeah, 50 down to 30 and we lose a little damage. Okay, that's fine. It is a bit OP, to be honest. So if we get 35... We get 35 from that. If you had a GA movement speed on these boots and rolled that upwards, you'd be at 37, I think, or 38. I think it goes to 38. That would take you to 73. And then you'll get a little bit in your Paragon board that takes you to, what, 85. It takes you pretty close. So I don't think you'd need to roll the temper for movement speed here. That's basically what I'm trying to work out here. Like, would you need the temper? I mean, if you're at 85, that's pretty close. And then you try and figure out somewhere else to get the other 15 if you can, to optimize it. So we'll try and get the G8. But the main thing is I can do that. Have this evade cooldown. And then we go into max evade charges. You're going to want as many of those as you can get. Yeah, if you can go into 6, there we go. And you get 1 from your Paragon board, so you have 8 charges of evade. And then we'd put interdiction here, probably. Well, we've only got 1 slot here. Yeah, redirected's probably better. So interdiction. So you're going to run pretty fast on this build, even between your evades, to be honest. And then we'll need a pair of gloves. See if we can find a pair of those that isn't... Was I using that on Stinger? No, Stinger was using Heshirek Asungi. So I can repurpose these gloves. These gloves are literally perfect. Dex, all damage, vulnerable, crit. Like, that is about god tier for this build as you're going to get. Without the GAs, anyway. Redirected. Go in there. Chest piece, anything useful. I'll take debilitating. Yeah, this one here. Except I'll probably roll that poison resin to... Well, ideally, I'd roll that into all res, I suppose. But I don't think I want to waste the souls on it. I'll probably leave that as it is. It's good enough, though, for testing purposes, for science. I'm taking debilitating toxins as the base defensive measure because I like the fact it gives you some DR up front and it gives you another means of reducing their damage. And then if we need more on top of that, we'll figure it out. You quit D4 for a while, never got past T10 or the build I wanted, Antonio. Oh, that sucks. No matter how much I grinded. Antonio, I will have more than 10 builds up for next Tuesday that will go to T12 and above. Including some off-meta stuff. You should hit me up on Discord if you ever get stuck, man. I'm always happy to chat and try and help if I can. It's just a lot of these games is knowledge at the end of the day, so you know it doesn't all come like necessarily very easily. Right, we need a legendary ring here. I did not use Ferocious on that build. So this ring is going to be pretty good as well. That can go there. So it's going to be pretty hard to see out if cooldown reduction is at. We'll put cooldown on there. Temper it on. I could even roll cooldown reduction instead of vulnerable damage multiplier if I really needed more. 2 rolls of... So it's going to be what, like 22% or something? It'll be like 20% and I've got 60 there. So I wouldn't quite be at 75% because of diminishing returns. You might have to put cooldown reduction on the ring here as well, honestly. Already wasted some resources trying to roll this on another ring. This is where most of my souls are going to go, on the tempering, I think. I really do want the GA on this if I can get it. Hey, Andre, how's it going? Yep, it happened to me before I learned how everything works in Season 13. Was tough to progress. Yeah, but once you learned a few things, then it feels a bit better. And then it gets a bit easier. And then the next time you go to do it, you, like, remember at least some of what you learned before. So it should make the journey a bit easier. Every time I go out to play Path Exile 2, and there's normally big gaps between that, I still remember a whole bunch of things. There's a whole load of stuff I have to remember. And there's always new stuff for me to learn. It's the same concept for me in games that I mean, I've played this game a lot, so at this point, I have explored more of this class in depth, probably the most, because I've actually got some builds up which will be entirely exclusive to Mobalytics, I think. Don't think anyone else has actually put the time in to really try them. They probably tested them for a few moments, went, man, that doesn't work, or doesn't work very well, and then just put it down, which is fine. But it's just practice and getting into it, I suppose. I might need that extra roll of cooldown. I don't actually know. It doesn't tell you your evade cooldown time. But I don't think I'm quite going to be at 75%. I can roll it there as well, so I guess I'll try. My souls are very quickly disappearing. I had 4,000. I'm nearly down to 1,500 now. I'm really hoping I'll have enough to get this. There we go. Just to get this build going. I don't care if the damage is huge. I just want to see if we can get the build going. So I can work out the scaling up from there. Right, stick that in there. Stick this one on here. I need to put a cooling on there. So let's go to Temis quickly. So he's stacking Resolve and Overpower in Season 14 still. We won't be stacking Overpower. We'll still stack Resolve, you just won't get as much Resolve. And I'm not going to go to Glyn's Anvil just by de facto. The problem with Glyn's Anvil is you get 0 DR from it when you enter a dungeon. So if you get hit before you're able to stack any Resolve, you'll have a bad time. So debilitating toxins is better because it gives you 30 DR and then it gives you another means of reducing their damage afterwards. If you want to put Glyn's on top of it, then that would be great. But using that as your only source of DR is probably a bit... I don't know. I don't like getting one shot the second I TP into a dungeon and move because you spawn into a dungeon that's got loads of elites on you and stuff to start with. It's kind of poop, that, really. And it has happened to me a few times. Yeah, we don't need this. We don't need Resolve Gen here. Casting a focus skill. Yeah, that won't affect our evade, though. We're gonna have Velocity Gen regardless. You gain 30%. Actually, out of interest, what does that make the lucky hit on? This down here. Hasn't actually... Oh, you have to actually hit the elite. Oh, you get extra lucky hits on elite enemies. It's not just flat increased. Okay, my bad. Oh, it's not what I wanted there. I just wanted to see what it does. Hey, Cam, how's it going? If I use both Kepaleka and Widow's Web with Poison Crushing Hand, would they work together? Probably not, because Poisoning doesn't interact with crit. And what the Widow's Web does is it takes the Poisoning, the dot damage, and when you crit it, it explodes it and increases it by a fixed number. That used to be the key passive Noxious Resonance, which used to scale with critical damage infinitely, which is why it was completely insane when it first came out. It now no longer scales with critical damage. It just needs crits to proc it to start with. Hey, Benedetta, how's it going? Sorry, but all season, only one build work for push? I mean, in terms of the very top end this season, yes. Because Swarm was extremely strong. But next season, we will have quite a few builds on Spiritborn that will be competing at least somewhere in that top range. Swarm's getting brought down a bit. A bunch of builds are getting brought up a bit. I actually found a build. I found an interaction on a build, which I kind of sad I didn't find earlier, really. But that means it's going to be potentially our strongest pit pusher next season. I know someone who's already done a 1-3-5 of it now, and the only nerf that's going to take is the resolve stacks down. It's getting giga buffed in a lot of places because I've got so many uniques on the build. Amongst other things. So that build's going to be very good for pushing, I think, next season. Yeah, let's sit with that for now. We can take this off later. It's just another source of DI. I don't know if I need it or not. I can put damage on here later if needed. And it gives us another source of ferocity gen. Okay, let's sort this. Generally speaking, I think I've got the aspects in place here. I'm going to need to get my socketables, actually. Yeah, that Quatley's movement speed doesn't... Oh, that would be why I'm moving so slow. There we go. The Quatley's movement speed, the set doesn't work while you're in town. That's annoying. Otherwise, I'd be at like 200%. Where's my... This is why I don't like Blizzard. Only skin and video. What do you mean by only skin and video? Sorry. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a little unfair. But you're totally valid to have your own opinions and stuff. You know, I totally understand some people's frustrations. But could they have gotten things better? Probably. But, you know, next season we should have, bugs sparing, we should have a bunch of builds that will push decently as Spiritborn goes. One second. Oh, that's better. Will you need GA Ravager boots? No, I don't think so. I've actually got a pair of those anyway. I've got a pair of I've got a couple of those in my inventory. This pair I've got here is as good as I'm going to get, I think. I want my... Where are they? My big emeralds. Where did I put them? I honestly, my gear is everywhere and anywhere. Where the hell's my big emeralds gone? They're not there. Oh, there they are. They can go in there. And... I need some masterwork my Wushanuk part. Oh, I should have socketed that while I was over at the jeweler. What a noob. Hey, Ozzy, how's it going? Added a new section to the Discord for Taskbar here. Okay. Someone came to the Discord looking for info about your guide that I had no idea existed. Yep. Alright, no worries. Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, I've been making guides for it. It's a tiny little game. But it's been pretty popular, and I've just been playing it in the background, and Mobalytics wanted some guides, so I jumped in and obliged. I'll try and get back to them after stream if they've left questions. Facts, I should do the temper here. You'll probably want crit chance here, to be honest. So that we can get to 100% crit. Oh, that's a good point, actually. How do we get our crit chance to 100% on this? Yeah, that's an issue. I mean, short of taking the Thunder Gods off. Oh, this really is the problem with Spiritborn. It's like, to solve the builds and actually get damage, it's so aspect heavy. So, like, the builds, the way you craft the builds, there's so much in the gear and the aspects. And there's not enough in the skill tree to make it work. I'm not going to have enough crit chance. You want to be critting all the time on this, really. We used to have it so that Let me check the eagle here. It used to be like when the eagle dropped down, you'd always crit while they're inside it. I don't think we got that anymore. Nope. So your damage is going to be wet noodle. Well, if we take that off, that's our resolve gen gone, but I suppose we'll get resolve from the Zik rune, so it's not really the end of the world. Like, I want to use that. Not sure I can, though. I think we actually need to have rebounding on. I'm pretty sure I've got a double cooldown ring here somewhere. Yeah, it's not particularly good though, is it? That's not too bad. We could probably just use that to start with. In the essence of saving resources. Yeah, crit's going to be a problem. But this would give you a whole bunch. So that puts me up to 76. I can put crit on here. That gets you pretty high. You'd need one roll of crit somewhere, probably. Yeah. There you go. That's it, and then we can master at this. Yeah, that'll do. What's our life? We're at 12,000 life. Really? Is that all I've got? I must... How have I got such low life? What? I don't have life there. I don't have life there. Okay, that's... I've got life there, though. Wow. Yeah. My life is so low. It's because I'm missing... This will come with max life by default. I might have to take that movement speed off and put max life on for now. I'm just too... Well, I've got max life there. Oh, I suppose I haven't done my Paragon board. I should wait until I've done my Paragon boards, really, shouldn't I? Because it's quite a big boost, really. Let me go and get some... Oh, they won't work. I need the topazes. Where are my... There you go. Yeah, good night, Mr. Weeb. Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Welcome to the Isles. Good luck, mainlander.
Up there, up there. You played this league of PoE 2, got some maps on 2 characters, and I didn't really feel like doing maps, but I learned a lot about the league. Yeah, it was a pretty fun league. I was still playing it for a while, but I had to turn my focus to other things. But I had a lot of fun on it, to be honest. Lightning, lightning. Oh, yes, of course. I'll need that as well. I wanted the Thunder Gods on there, honestly. Especially since that's getting buffed. But we're just not going to get to 100% crit without that on. You're just not. And not having access to crit loses you 1.5 multiplier. And all the access to all the crit stuff. Of which there's a lot. All these crit multipliers here. I would need one roll of crit, I think. I'm going to be at 90. Oh, no, I'll get some crit in the... But I need to do my Paragon boards, because you get a bit of crit. The Protean Heart's going to double my stats. I don't get much, but once I get my stats in here and double this, that'll give me another 1. And I get a bit in the... I'm going to be close to 100% crit with that. Close. I need to do this. I will put Talon in there. Yeah. Okay, and so our boards will be Viscous Shield. Revealing, Drive. No, it'll be Convergence, Viscous Shield, yeah, it'll be Viscous Shield, Drive, and Convergence. Just do that for now. Yeah, let's take all those. Spirit will go in there. $110. Drive, here we go. Here we get another extra evade charge on this as well. So it's pretty handy. Yeah, so you get some crit charts here. I think 3%. 1, 2, 3. And a whole bunch of movement speed. 2, 4, 6. 16% movement speed there as well. So yeah, okay. 35 from the charm. 38 from a GA movement speed roll on your boots. 73. 16 here. 19. You're pretty close. You're 1% off max. So close enough. I don't know if that's just an oversight by them. But it's close enough. We'll go this way because it's canny. That will go in here. Let's take all of those. There's one more in here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. I think that's it. I think there's only 69 in here. Giggity. Yeah. Okay, I probably won't have enough nodes for this. Might have to take some stuff out somewhere else. Infighter, Spiny Skin, Bits of Medicine, Revealing. Yeah, I guess we do take Revealing on this. Colossal in there. I might just have enough. Oh, 3 short. Okay. Good. Oh. Maybe I wasn't actually as many short as I thought. It's pretty close. That only gives you damage. You have to use that because of the amount of resolve stacking and scaling on it, but the others aren't that great, to be honest. There's probably other glyphs that'd be better if that was capped. Oh, you need Jagged Plume on this. Oh, yeah, Jagged Plume goes over here. Yeah, I am going to need some more nodes. You want that capped out? Absolutely. Yeah, let's take some of these away for now. This one's the one that will scale your Storm Feather potency, so you definitely want to cap that out. It was the same. It was like a 4x damage boost or something when I used it on my Storm Feather build. It was huge. I was a bit taken aback at how good it was. There's sort of 2 more in there. No, there's more than that. $110, there we go. I'd need one more, okay. Fine. Jagged Plume. Yeah, so Fulminate is a 35x. But the thing is, you're still going to be able to get like 30 stacks of Resolve, and Colossal's still not capped, so that's just better. Even though Fulminate gives you the multiplicative on the bottom and the additive as well. I think it's still going at 35, isn't 35 all the time. It's only against healthy and injured enemies. So it's not going to be better than Colossal. Big sad. Alright, we can try with that skill tree. Hey, Ganja, how's it going? I haven't gotten around to actually trying it yet, but we'll see soon. You got Fulminate instead of Canny. Yeah, I was thinking that. Fulminate will hit higher when they're healthy and when they're injured, but it'll do nothing in the middle. So. And I guess Canny just gives you the damage all the time. It's a trade-off, isn't it? Seems a bit better. It might be next season, yeah. It won't be this season. Next season, it's getting buffed up to 35. Maybe it'll be slightly better then. I did miss a glyph, but I sourced it. Yeah, Johnny, what would be the best skill to remove from the bar to put on Scourge for the Rocksplitter build? What skills you got on your bar right now? With that much cooldown on evade, would attack reduce cooldown be enough? It would be enough if... I don't think, if I remember rightly, that this counts when you use it. But if it does, then yes. I guess I should just try that, right? I can do that without even spending resources, really. Oh, no, that's not true. I'll need to get the evade cooldown on a pair of boots with it, won't I? I've got one lying around, so I've got a pair of boots with this, surely, somewhere. Here we go. You'd want a good one, though. I mean, that pair of boots is giga. Yeah, I mean, if you had enough cooldown to get it down to 1.5, and then if you evaded... It does say attacks with Thunderspike. So that every time it casts... I mean, yeah, maybe that would solve it. Actually. But I will need the evade cooldown here. Let me try. I'm going to have to I'm so resource poor now. It's actually hilarious. I'm almost out now of everything. But I will have just enough here, I think. But yeah, I'll need this. I mean, if it comes to it, you can also GA into evade cooldown reduction on the boots, which I've already got, but I'm going to have to re-roll it afterwards. Because I wouldn't... Oh, yeah, 34.5 there. But if you get the GA, that'll be like 45% or something. For testing purposes, that would be brilliant. Because I would definitely have 75 then. I mean, if that does work, then you can take this off here, and then we can get damage. And then it won't have a clunky playstyle, and that'll be the build. That'll be your perma-evades. And mate, if it doesn't work, that might be what they're thinking. Because Thunder Spike used to be what you would use to solve it. They took away the 5-second reduce thing, didn't they, after third attack? But maybe that's because they've now made it so you can get attacks reduced. I don't know. Yeah, I seem to remember in the past it didn't work with the attacks reduce evade cooldown. I don't think. Come on, I don't have infinite resources, please. Please give me this crit. Please, 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 please. There we go, 40%. I mean, this is just a straight up better pair of boots than what I'm wearing right now, if that does work. I'm probably going to have to go to the training room to test this. So I got 2. Oh, I need to put the skill in. I mean, you can see my cooldown's very high, look. Does Ravager increase that? That's a question. Oh, I haven't got any points in Ravager right now. Yeah, I should probably do my skill tree. That would help, wouldn't it? So we need 1 point in here. We'll definitely take this. So you take the movement speed. We don't... After you critically strike 15 times, Thunder Spike's next use will be its third attack and always critically strike. I don't know if that brings any synergies for us. Probably not. So I guess we won't put that in. We've got Igni Crime probably, so we'll take those. Don't need the cooldown. We'll max this out because I think I want to test if the cooldown on this works. If Ravager works with it on the cooldown, that'd be giga nice. But also maximum ferocity, maybe. Probably going to want the armor from Toxic Skin. We don't care about those too much. That gives us healing for our temerity. Yeah, we just solved that anyway with Ravager. Probably going to have... Well, Scourge kind of sucks on this before. But maybe it'll be okay. Obviously, we're going to have the Zik rune in. Barrier gen. Damage. We will have the Resolve gen, but that's not going to work right now. Unstoppable. Block damage reduction. Barrier gen. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I've still got skills on my bar I can use. We probably want Scourge, to be honest. We're going to make it vulnerable anyway, so we can take this and damage reduction. And then, yeah, we'll take that. Probably. Constantly makes all enemies vulnerable. And the Storm Feathers. And I've got 25 points left over. I mean, this build does not need lots of... Yeah. Oh, that's just... Like, where do I even spend the points? I guess just max everything out. Yeah, it doesn't increase those numbers that much. May as well max that out, why not? Okay, yeah, so I don't think it did. I don't think it does reduce this. But, does Ravager work on it? No, I don't think Ravager reduces that cooldown. It's regenerating pretty quickly, though. Yeah, so but if I manual cast, it'll reset it. So you can just do what we used to do. You can evade. You can evade weave like this. Well, there you go. So yeah, you don't need max evade charges as such. You can just literally hold down right click and evade. And when you can't evade, it will do one attack in between and it will just reset it so you can evade again. Problem solved. Now you just got to sort damage out. Look how fast I run. Holy. I think I'm capped. Yes! We have achieved nuclear movement speed. 300%. Nice. The one and only build that's actually going to get there. Imagine Spiritborn builds like Stinger running this fast. That would be well nice. Okay, right. Good. Well, we don't need this then. You just straight up don't need anything to do with Veracity. You still take Ravager, so you can spam your skills, probably. So if we take that off, we really do want the Thunder Gods. I think. Trying to work out what was generating my resolve for me there. Yeah, that is a good question. I don't actually know. Let me try something here. 842. Eight, 4, 2. Might need to swap that though. It's snapshots. Okay, that doesn't do it. Okay, fine. Same. I'm just double checking none of these tempers scale that for some reason. Potency damage. I don't think it will. I'm just double checking. Increased damage when spending resolve. It's actually stronger than critical strike damage, but it's additive, so it's so tiny. That'd work well when you're doing Band of First Breath, of course, because you'd be consuming resolve all the time. But we'll just do crit. It's like almost the same. That's close enough. That did give me more cooldown. Does that screw up my evade stuff? Yeah, that's made it janky. Oh, I can't put the Thunder Gods on. I haven't got enough cooldown. I think you actually do need 75% for it to feel better. Look, you can see it's a slight bit janky because I've got a slight bit where I can't quite do it. I'll stick that one back on. There you go. It feels way smoother. I think just because you're capped at how fast you can physically evade. So I think I'm going to need to roll... I'll have to roll the all damage there. For cooldown, maybe. Or... Oh, no, no, it's not a problem. No, this is fine. I'll do this. Can't believe how fast I'm moving. It's actually freaking amazing. Just gotta hope we can get the damage high enough. Weapon damage works. Weapon damage will scale it, yeah, because it's a percent of your weapon damage, yeah. We just put rebounding there. Oh, look how fast I move. Yes. Watch me hit like the wettest of all the noodles. I don't think flat 30 will make any difference either. So this is Resolve Gem, but it's got big damage on it. That's going to 390. That's why I want to use it. It's quite big. We've already got redirected. We solved that. We can also take off this. We don't need this ferocity damage reduction there. Necessarily. We could take more damage up there if we wanted. But we'll leave that there for the second. Well, there's no real reason to benefit from getting more ferocity here. Yeah, how was... Oh, okay, I'm generating Resolve from Armored Hide, I guess. That doesn't work right now until next season, but it does then. I don't think I've got any Resolve generation anywhere else. Yeah. Okay, and what's my... Yeah, 94.7 crit. I'm very, very close. I think you need one roll of crit chance somewhere. Because I don't think even getting enough all stats is going to make up that difference. Need another 5%. Could technically roll it there. But it's only 5%. We can probably get away without it for now. I mean, I could technically... If I don't need the Cry rune, I could technically put in the Gar rune there. It would be enough. Wow. I'm not used to moving that fast. Holy, this is what barbarians get all the time on all their builds. Look at this. Look how fast we move. Holy cow. 10%, yeah, that would do it as well. Okay. Okay, well... I'm tempted just to go out in the wild and see if I can even remotely kill anything. Let's go try T8. Yeah, I could masterwork into crit chance, but you would lose a lot of damage doing that. I'm trying to figure out ways of doing it without losing too much damage, you know? That's a bit more like it. Yeah. Now we look like a real Firebird or Lightning Bird, right? Yeah, let's probably not try Pit 140. Pit 140. I don't think that'll go too well. Let's just try a T8. I have no idea how much damage we're going to do here. We've got to wait for our Supremacy to ramp up. Wow, I really do move fast, though. I can kill T8. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sweet. Look how fast I move. Is it just quicker for me? I think it's quicker for me to run. It's quicker for me to run than it is to evade. That's crazy. I mean, I could technically put Rushing Claw on here as well, just for extra mobility in between, to be fair. I haven't even used my ultimate yet. I hit for 12.2 billion there. So once I've stacked up my ultimate, we'll be up in the hundreds of billions, at least. Alright, well, I don't need to finish this. Let's go to T12. Yeah, there are a few different ways to get that other 5%. I'm not going to bother right now. You would either sacrifice masterworking in there, or you just sacrifice... Or you'd have to sacrifice a stat on your ring. Or your gloves. And go into crit there, maybe. But there are a few ways to get there. If I can get this build T12 farmable, that's all I actually want with this build. I don't want to push on this build. I want to be able to farm like Helltides quick with this build. It does require very high-end gear, though. You need very high... Oh, wow, I nearly got collapsed. You need very high cooldown reduction. Yeah, I'm not sure it's just going to insta-nuke T12. But once you get... Actually, once you get your ultimate going, it's not too bad. I'm actually a little concerned about my... Okay, we can do T12. Now I've got some... What's my resolve gen like here? Thunder God should be stacking up pretty fast. Should be every time I hit with lightning damage, 25% chance to get some resolve. I suppose everything's just dying too quick now. Now my supremacy stacks up. Look how fast I'm killing stuff. Wow. I'm only at 13 stacks of supremacy. What the? And my gear is average at best here. No transfigs. That was 291 billion. Giggity. I don't think this build did trillions in the past, funnily enough. Trillions is a thing of the expansion, but we're going to be close. But there we go. Perma evade unlocked, everybody. It can be done. Giggity. It's not quite as fast as what we had before, but it doesn't matter. I might make a video on this after stream or in the morning. How to perma evade in Season 14. Take some footage of it because I think a lot of people will be interested. Like I say, I could actually, potentially, bake in... What's my DR value like? 60.2% damage reduction. Wow. How much life am I running? I'm only running 26,000 life, but I'm missing life on my temerity, which will definitely come with. This will get buffed in the sense that... It'll get nerfed in the sense that max resolve will be lower. But I've only got 44 stacks of those anyway. We'll be able to probably be at about 24. So we will lose some damage there. But our temerity overstacks, so that's more defense and gives us more damage. Yeah, the boss damage is good as well. Our Whooshin' Up Par gets stronger. Thunder Gods get stronger. So, and the Loyalty's Mantle gives more cooldown. I suppose that affects Seeker more than anything. Doesn't really affect the rest of us. I don't actually know if the Cry Room was really doing much for me there, if I'm being honest. Not sure. Wow, I do like the movement speed, though. Man, look at that. Yeah. I mean, it's the only build we can get to 300 movements, but you can get to about 285 on Firestorm. Although, actually, with Firestorm... Could I integrate this into Firestorm as well? Probably. Yeah, I could probably integrate this exact thing into Firestorm as well. So Firestorm will be able to perma evade. Pick up the feathers. Oh. No, we probably will want to use Rushing Claw on there because of the cooldown reset. That's the one benefit to using Rushing Claw. Prodigy's tempo cooldown reset. Otherwise, you need to get cooldowns that you can reset. I mean, I suppose, yeah, I haven't stacked 75% cooldown reduction. I've got 27.4. So it's only like my ultimate that's going to really low cooldown. I don't think Ravager will be enough to bring this down. I don't have any other means of bringing down the cooldowns, really. I have to think about that with the Firestorm. Because you want to be able to spam your focus skills on that. But that one can use the feather pickup tech. I tested it in the PTR and that did actually work. It won't be quite like this, but... Right, let's just see if we can do... I don't know, let's just ramp out to like a 110 here. Given the damage numbers, I expect we should be able to get to like 115 with this. That's good enough. Hey, Dante, what about Thunder in the trousers? Well, that's the DJ bot, mate. But I have definitely got Thunder in my trousers right now. Oh, yeah. You've seen my character. We're perma-evading. See if we can do a 110. Let's wait for our damage to ramp up a little. I mean, this will not be a pushing build, I don't think, no matter what we do. It doesn't have enough damage scaling on it, I don't think. But if we can do T12 content easy enough on it. I mean, I haven't got any transfigs, so with transfigs, this will easily do T12 bosses, I think. The bossing was okay on this. I don't know how it would do against the lair bosses, but yeah, once we get going, the damage is pretty good on this. There you go, look. Once I get a few stacks of Supremacy going, we clappity-clap. It's pretty quick, actually. Once I get going, it was wet noodle with no ranks of Supremacy on it. I just hit for 500 billion there. 500 billion, yeah. That'll make up my crit chance. Look how fast I move. Like, you don't need to perma-evade between things. You run so damn fast. That is pretty cool. Something just reset all my cooldowns. What did that? I guess you don't really need to spam all the abilities all the time. You want to have Toxic Skin on all the time if you can. And then Ravager if anything else is on cooldown. Yeah, so Ravager definitely reduces your cooldowns. Well, something's reducing my cooldowns like gigafast. I need to work out what it is. I mean, it feels better than it did before because we're not doing that stupid timing thing with Armored Hides to get to reset your ultimate. You don't need to. Your ultimate never runs out of charges anyway. What's the bossing like? Yeah, the boss damage is pretty good compared to the clear, look. So that's pretty sweet. Where the hell's the boss gone? Oh, he's there. Oh, he's dead. I was like, where's the boss gone? He's just vanished. He noped out. He's like, nope, I see a perma-evading Spiritborn. I'm out of here. We going fast, everybody. Oh, of course, the talisman set. I forgot about it. No, Obsidia, you're correct. Yes. See, look, even me, I just forget things. Yeah. 2 sec. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah. Reduces your eagle skills, active cooldowns, all of them. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's really nice. So that helps keep your cooldowns off. Yeah, that's giga nice. And then you would just stack dexterity everywhere you can. I mean, actually, I believe you can roll all stats on uniques next season. Maybe. And if that's the case, and you roll a perfect version of your ring, you might be able to roll dexterity. If you can roll the fixed stats, you might be able to roll the core stat into all stats, so slightly lower dex, but get the strength, and then maybe you could get you double up here for your crit chance. So I get 60 from this, but when I use Ravager, I also get another bit here. So I'm actually at 96.4. So I'm only 3.6 off. I'd only need another 1.8, so I would need another 681 strength. If I had another 680... Oh, about another 700 strength. If I had another 700 strength, I would cap my crit chance, because then the Protean Heart would double that as well. And then off you go. I'm at 1300 strength for everybody. Oh, goodness me. Wow. How have I got so much strength, actually? Item contribution. Have I got all stats somewhere? I didn't think I did. Oh, it's coming from the charms. Of course it is. So yeah, I could get another 125 here. Another 100. I could get another 250 of them here. No, I could get another 375 of them here. So that's half of it. So I'd only need to roll about... I'd only need to roll another 350 here, and then there, that would... You'd need to cap your crit chance with that. So capping your crit chance is doable. I think this build has been mathed out. I think this is what they intend. They don't want you... They want you to be able to do this. Once you get enough cooldown reduction, you can do what I'm doing. I think this is what they intended. It's all making sense now. I'm looking at it all, and it's all working out, and the cooldown reduction in there and stuff. Like, the set was crafted for it. It would add 90% Obsilia. Because I used it on... I used that on Firestorm. Funnily enough, that still makes Razor Wings an incarnate skill. I've bugged that. So it won't be as strong as the other options here. This will be 390 next season, so the average damage on this, if you're proccing 1 every 4, would be 95. No, 97.5. Plus that gives you your Resolve gen. Supremacy is obviously better. You have to have rebounding on this. You do want your crit chance stuff. Yeah, and redirected is solved anyway from Resolve stacking. And having Armoured Hide up if you need extra block chance, so you'll easily get there. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything here. I mean, you could technically put this on as well, probably.
Hello.
Extend the duration of your incarnate skills.
Hello.
Then again, you probably do want all these skills on. I'm wondering whether I need the DR Scourge thing, though. On this build. Lasts for 4.5 seconds. I'm starting to wonder, is Scourge Commander... Oh, this is how... Oh, no, we make enemies vulnerable anyway. Because it appears at your target location. I don't know, maybe Hive Mind's better. Alright, well, that was a, what, a 110? Let's try a 120. If I could do a 120 on this, that's as good as what I was playing last night. Do a 120 for funsies. Yes, sir! BT2, how's it going? But why evade if you run faster? Well, evading's your attack, but you can just run between... I could just run between combat, can't I? Do you know what? I kind of prefer that, though, in a way. It feels less clunky. Right, let's wait for a few stacks of Supremacy. The offensive runes are neutered because of sets. Yeah, I mean, that's alright, though. Some of those runes were definitely too strong before. Yeah, so, I mean, this build's not going to be a high-pushing build. How many stacks of Supremacy? I haven't got many stacks of Supremacy right now. I need to spam my ultimate more. Yeah, you do need to remember to spam your ultimate like no tomorrow on this build. So you can get your damage up. Because I am hitting for hundreds of billions here, but when you get to 120, you basically need trillions to kill stuff. Let's go find an elite somewhere. But I mean, with Transfix, this would absolutely clear a 120, I think. Yeah, you would absolutely clear a 120 on this with Transfix. I actually took damage there, holy. And the great thing about this is as well, even attacking with Thunder Spike uses your move. You can only cast your Storm Feathers every half second. So it's like if you do stop evading for a second, your Thunder Spike will cast it for you anyway. So you don't have to evade to keep casting a skill. Although you don't attack particularly fast. It's my... I am pulling them together, but I don't know if pulling the enemies together is very useful in this build. I might be able to change Igni Cry up for something else, although it does give me a knockdown and some defense. This is going to be tight. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this on my current gear. But I mean, if you had perfect Transfigs with like lightning damage everywhere, like lightning damage multis everywhere, that would probably push you up to a 125. It's going to give you that much damage. Or you could stack dexterity. That would give you enough. That would give you a lot of damage. So I think this will probably cap at 125 from what I'm seeing. Plus, there's some nice buffs coming in next season as well. I need some more life gen here. I haven't got enough. I've only got the healing from Toxic Skin. I think you need some life on hit on this build. I do not have any of that right now. Is there any healing stuff? Yeah, it's taking a minute to kill elites. I mean, oh, chip for a trillion there. Nice. Giggity. Yeah, I'm not keeping Viscous Shield up. Okay, I'm going to go change something because I'm not keeping Viscous Shield up very well. And that's costing me a lot of damage. Not having Viscous Shield maxed out is really expensive on this build for damage. It will be. I need to figure out. I don't think I've got any life on hitting the build. Oh, I actually do have life on hitting the build. It's not enough, clearly. Was that not working with Storm Feathers then? If not, I'm going to have to roll some life regen somewhere. So your temerity actually stacks up life. Yeah. If we don't have that, we won't have Unstoppable. So then we'll be able to be crowd controlled. Hmm. Can I roll that poison resin to something like life regen? Because that would be enough. Yeah, not very much though. It doesn't go very high here. I'm pretty sure life regen goes higher on boots, doesn't it?
You to the ancient isles.
No, it used to go higher than this. Obviously not. Now. Alright. Let's try. Hey, Thump, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. How's your day going? I can try and roll a different thing up here. There is actually one in here. It's the healing one. Maybe that would be enough. I'll say this isn't going to be an ultra pushing build, so I actually just want to make it so it's like going to be really nice to play. And then you can just go farm with it. But I'm pretty sure there's one you can get on here. It's just like when you cast a skill, it will heal you. Now that would be best for damage. Yeah, casting a skill heals you for 4.1% of your maximum life. Double this while injured. Okay, let's try with that. I don't think... Oh. Oh, we're not even activating Zik. Fail. Oh, is that, are we doing that damage without the Zik rune? Oh, lol. I thought I put Sem in there. I had Moni. Well, that makes a difference. That'll probably increase my damage quite a bit. We don't need more movement speed. We've got all of that already. Yeah, back. We don't really need to group them together on this, so I'm just sort of wondering, actually, would it be better? Back. I mean, you could just put back Q in if you really need the extra barrier gen, but actually it might be better to go like back Mot or something. Okay, let's try that. Going well. Thanks for what you do for the community. No worries, dudes. I've worked out how to perma-evade next season. Giggity. No, it launched. What do you mean it launched? Sorry. Alright, my damage might go up here. Because I didn't have the Zik rune before, apparently. So I might see significantly bigger numbers. Yes, I am. Wow, okay. When I was doing a 120, kind of, without the Zik rune. So I didn't realise I wasn't actually activating it like a noob. So yeah, I was already hitting for trillions there without Supremacy being fully stacked. These have got elemental resistance, so I'll do less damage to these guys. 1.4 trillion there. Oh, I need to remember to smash my ultimate more often, don't I? 1.6. It should go up to about 2 or 3 trillion here, I think, at max. Should be quite tanky with that Mot rune stuff in as well. Lots of 4 trillion. A 120 is probably doable here, actually, for me and my current gear with no transfigs. And I've just got Giga Healing on my Temerity now. Oh, wrong chat. Okay, that makes more sense. I was kind of like, what? I don't know what this means. I don't know if it's useful to pull them together. Not, I mean, your Storm Feathers don't do AoE anyway, really. I suppose it makes it easier to target them all at the same time. Yeah, 120 is going to be doable. Wow, I took a lot of damage there, though. I can't sit on top of those, apparently, although we'll have a bit more armor next season. I mean, I haven't got perfect gear either, to be fair. But I would change that life regen back to all res, for example. That'd make a big difference against these things that I'm fighting here. But yeah, I quite like the fact that they've made it so you can position, and if you still want to do damage and not actually evade, you can sit there and attack with Thunder Spike. Look, my Thunder Spike fires them as well. Every 0.5 seconds, so every couple attacks. And then you can just evade in between it. So you don't have to like do the crazy positioning that we had before. So actually, I think this plays better than before, in a way. And we run faster, so we don't have to evade everywhere. It just feels clunky. You just use Toxic Skin and run through everything. I actually think this is better. This is actually better than before, I think. Legit. In a way. Just needs to get a bit more defense, I guess. I'm not using Glins right now, deliberately. So it won't be any weaker for defense than what I'm doing right now. My life could be higher. I'm missing life. I could probably have another 5,000 life here easily, I reckon. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 20% more life, and then that's 20% more barrier, and the temerity will over barrier you, apparently. It goes to 130. So that then gives you another 1,500 life and 1,500 barrier. Sorry, no, it gives you another... It's 30% on all your life, sorry. So if you've got 31,000 life, that's going to be another 9,000 barrier. Effective life, it's quite a lot. Of course, we got a suppression guy here, and he's got some crazy lightning damage as well. I'm not going to try and grind a 125 out, but I am going to try and finish a 120 here, because I think it's doable. This is a particularly horrible elite. He's got explosions, lightning, and his suppression makes it very hard for me to do damage unless I'm inside the circle to begin with. But this actually means you can target suppression. You still want to evade, so you do your Zik rune every now and then. But if you need to be inside that circle, you can sit in a Thunder Spike a couple of times and then evade and then Thunder Spike and such. So I think it actually plays better if you know what you're doing. Look how fast you run. Holy. After this, I'm going to go test what we do in a Helltide. Look how fast I run. It's crazy. This is what we need on all the core skill builds, please. It all feels so freaking good. Oh, rip. I don't know what he killed me with, but he deleted me. Oh dear, we're probably going to be a bit squishy next season. I am expecting this. Even with the Mot rune. Oof. I suppose you don't get DR from that. That's the only thing about the Cry rune. That does give me straight up DR. I might try going back to the Cry rune again. It does give you straight up DR. And it knocks enemies down, I suppose. It's quite handy. The Mot rune gives you DR, but only at 5 stacks. So you really need to be stacking it pretty fast. And you lose a stack every time you take a hit as well.
Oops, got feared. Rude. Oh, I don't know if I really want to fight that thing. Might take ages to kill. Probably not worth it. Yeah, I mean, this build was never the greatest at AoE. It just did so much damage in the past in certain seasons. Which is why it was absolutely cracked. Like, it was doing less damage than this, funnily enough, but it's all relative to what everything else can do in the game. I think it got... Well, might have gotten... It got into the high hundreds of billions per Storm Feather, yeah. This might push me to the boss, and then I should have... Unless I get that crazy cold beam boss, I should be able to do him, I think. Ow. That lightning hurts. Ow. That guy was rough. Oh, is that not enough? Oh. I really thought that'd be enough. What's this guy got? Electrified obelisks. All of these elites have had electric stuff. Like, literally all of them. It's kind of rough. The lightning stuff is... Yeah, I'm probably not going to fight that guy in the hallway, I'm going to be honest. Let's just go to the next area. Lightning obelisks in a tight hallway like that. I've got no chance of fighting that without getting hit by it, and it's just going to hurt me. It's going to touch me in places. I mean, if I had Glyn's Anvil on right now, I'd be crazy tanky. But it's not a very good representation next season. Right, I've got 6 minutes on the boss here. And, oh yeah, boss damage is great. Look at it. Gonna smash the boss. It's probably better on single target because all your Storm Feathers will focus one enemy. So you're not sat there. And I get that 6x damage from the Zik on the bosses all the time. So it's going to be better on bossing than it is on the AoE clearance, this build. Yeah, easy. Alright. Well, that was in under 10 minutes, which means I could absolutely clear a 120 in the tower. Nice. Cry Room will help the push, JDI, probably. Yeah, I've solved Perma Evade with a different tech to what we were chatting about earlier, JDI. I solved it. So I can just Perma Evade straight up. Giggity. Alright, let's go try it. I'm not going to push any higher because my gear's not... I haven't got enough resources to try and even remotely get gear better than what I've got. Where's Cry Rune? There was one other thing I want to try, but I'll test that in a minute. Does Feather from Eagle Primary Hall is affected by Sunbird's Gorget? Yes. But it's a separate, it's its own damage instance. It doesn't scale the damage. All it will do is tag your Storm Feathers as Jaguar skills. That's all it would do. So the Firestorm build is a separate build for me. And I might update that planner tonight as well. If you take Lightning Thrash and have a point in Thunderspike, your Feather will still spawn on Evade. Yeah. No, you are right. I mean, I don't have to manual cast that, I suppose. I mean, we can try that. Why not? Take the cooldown. Take the ferocity generation. I'd actually take this one here, so you get the third cast constantly. Oh. Try it out, why not? I guess that gives you a dash as well. That actually gives you another form of cooldown reduction. That might actually be better. That's what I was using on Touch of Death. Even more mobility. Not that we need any more on this build. Okay. Can confirm. Crazy good farming build. This is probably our fastest farming build next season. Like, actually, no. This is absolutely... Oh, it's definitely going to be up there. I mean, look, I'm not even evading there. You don't need to evade, just like run giga fast. The only thing that'd be faster is Perma Rushing Claw. I don't think anything's going to solve Perma Rushing Claw. Firestorm will be the closest to it. I'll go try some bosses in a minute as well. They just died. Where the hell's the enemies? I need enemies to test on. God damn it. I'll have to go run some dungeons. Yeah, everything's just dying. This is cracked for farming. Holy. Yeah, it's like your martial arts flipping about, evading, and then when there is an enemy, you'll just lock onto them. It's like, you're literally like you're Bruce Lee. That's really, as if they don't die before I can actually get onto them. This is disgusting for farming. It does have very high gear requirements, but still. Time to update MOBA. I'm going to do a build video after this stream because I need to do it before everyone else gets wind because I know nobody else has got this, including Max Roll, that I know of. I've seen some of the things they say in other channel. I'm not sure they have found this. It's just making me want to change my mind on what I'm going to play first next season. I mean, I'm starting Stinger and level up on it, and then you're going to look... Well, it's quite gear requirement. You will need all these pieces for everything to come together, so I'm not sure you can do this till the end game. But for a farming build, this is up there. This is crazy fast. Like, let me just try a random dungeon. It's just the movement speed as well. 300% movement speed feels giga good. I'm just going to run like a quick escalation dungeon and see how fast I can get through one of those. Let me just find one that's not completely and utterly trash here. Is there a materials one? That'd be really nice. Well, I kind of need some of those. Loyalty's not really needed, but you guess 100% potency is nice. It is reducing the cooldown of my ultimate. Meaning I can spam the Seeker. I mean, I could try without this in a minute. Oh, no. No. It double... It also gives you 20x damage down here as well. So if you... And it gives you another 5% crit chance. So if you don't use the Loyalty's Mantle, you'd have to put something on... that gives you so much more damage that it's worth it. The cooldown in your ultimate might be solvable, to be honest. But the extra damage and crit chance and the fact it gives another 100% potency on your Storm Feather base as well. It's going to be pretty hard to beat that, I think, for this build. Hey, Breakpoint, how's it going?
I'm with you, friend.
I don't... Yeah, but we don't need Rushing Claw at JDI. I'm not using the tech you mentioned earlier. I'm just not. But I mean, I could technically put Rushing Claw on there, but I think I prefer having... I mean... Let me just find some more points here. 1, 2, 3. Not going to put a point in there because it's not relative. So you obviously need to go this. Yeah, no, I need to have something I can attack with. You can't put Rushing Claw there, and it breaks the perma evade tech. The tech you're talking about is perma evade in combat only. The tech I've done is perma evade full stop. It's what we used to do. We used to have perma evade, but you would just weave in between. You literally just hold... If you get enough cooldown reduction, 75%, you can pretty much evade, attack, evade, attack, evade, attack. And it's as good as perma evade. Here, to be honest. You can only generate these feathers every 0.5 seconds anyway, so you don't need to evade any quicker than that. And what's nice is you can also generate your feathers just by attacking. Ferocity is actually the play because it attacks faster. And it gives me extra cooldown reduction. Because it generates Ferocity and it gives me a dash. And then, yeah, you've got the Thunder Spike on evade. Still, oh no, not having Thunder Spike on the bar means I haven't got Thunder Spike casting. How much movement speed do I have without Thunder Spike? Lol, I don't even need the Thunder Spike movement speed. Yeah, Thunder Spike doesn't activate unless it's on my hotbar, funnily enough. I mean, you could technically put it on instead of Scourge, I guess. But I don't need the movement speed. I'm at 300 anyway. Because you get 40 from your Storm Feathers. I've got 15 there. So that's... Is it? Where is it all coming from? Oh, no, that's right. 40 cap 2. 15 cap 2. That's 55. Where's the other 45 coming from? Oh. Yeah, you get from Jagged Plume. And 5% increased movement speed for 5 seconds. Stack up 5 times. That goes into cap 2, I believe. Something seems wrong here. Something snapshot. I'm at 267 without that. Where the hell's all my movement speed come from? Oh. No, actually, yeah. No, where the hell is it all coming from? Yeah, something doesn't seem right there. I'm going to log out and come back in again. Otherwise, I'm going to have to start taking things off until I can figure out where it's all come from again. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you get 15 from rebounding as well. So 15 from rebounding, 40 from Storm Feathers, 55, 25 from Jagged Plume, 60, that's 80. Then I've just got to figure out where on earth the other 20 is coming from. $153.5. Let me just TP to the training area here. I don't think it changes while you're in town. The talisman gives you... No, yeah. I'm trying to work out where I'm getting the 100 cap 2. The 50 on your talisman goes into cap 1. I'm at 200 movement speed. Yeah, that's right. 200 movement speed. Right, I've got no cap 2 movement speed on. That's right. So if I put my Spirit Hall on here, I should get 40. That's put me to 300. What? And now I'm at 267. No, now I'm at 200. What? This might be because when you put this on... Oh! Let me just try something here. Let me just literally take that off. And let me take Jagged Plume out. And take this... I'll just take the point out of... I just want to make sure I fully understand where it's all coming from. Make sure I take this point out as well. I don't think I've got anything else in. Why is that not tagging movement? Movement speed. Why is that not circling that thing? That's weird. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, movement speed. 200. 240. There we go. If I stick that ring on, that shouldn't do anything for me while I'm doing anything. Yeah, that's right. I think it's Jagged Plume. If I can find it again. Where is it? Spawning a Storm Feather. The thing is, that gives me... Oh! Oh, of course. Spawning a Storm Feather grants you increased damage and 5% increased movement speed. But it also has Storm Feather potency on it. So putting this should put me to 265. But that's put me to 300. And I think that's because of the Storm Feather potency. I think the Storm Feather potency scaling this Storm Feather movement speed bonus. So that just caps my movement speed straight up. That's cracked. Whether it's meant to be doing that or not, I don't know. But it certainly looks like it's doing that. Because if I take that off... I'm still getting 67.2 movement speed from Jagged Plume. That doesn't seem right. Oh no, actually, it might be. Well. Yeah, okay, it's definitely Jagged Plume. If I stick that in, it's giving me 67... Oh, it doesn't work until... Yeah, okay, snapshots when I put the... put that in. There we go. Activate it. Turn that off. It keeps the movement speed, so I can see how much it gave me. Oh. Great. It was 67.2. So let me work out proportionately how much from 25 that is. That's 2.68. I bet that's close to the potency. 2.358. It's pretty close. It doesn't mathematically line up, though. Times 3.358. 83.95. Oh no. Times... $58.95. It's pretty close. Yeah, I don't know. It's doing something weird, Jagged Plume there. I'm not complaining, though. That solves movement speed straight up. So, yeah, that's 300% movement speed. Just cracked. Just Jagged Plume. Yeah, good times. We don't need the Thunder Spike movement speed. We just take Thrash instead. Good. Yeah. Well, okay. Let's go try another dungeon here. I want to see how fast I can clear it. Max Troll builds. They don't have this build. Not specifically this build. I'm pretty sure they don't have this tech in it. They're using Russian Claw. Max Troll. Max Troll. But also, nice name. Also, how you doing? No, they don't. I can go... I know they've got an evade build. Let me have a look. The way they're talking. I didn't say no one's got a Storm Feathers build. Let me see. No, they're using Russian Claw. It's not what I'm doing, Max Troll. They're using the tech that's dying next season. I figured out how to do perma evade without it. It's getting refreshed for season 14. I'm sure it is. And you may well end... And if you're one of the guys, it may well end up using the tech that I'm going to put out on a video after this stream. I'm not saying I'm the first person to discover it. I'm just saying there's no builds out there right now that uses that because they all use Russian Claw because it was so much better. Yeah. But it currently does not use this tech. It uses Russian Claw. I just had a look. I don't really look at other people's websites and builds much, but... It might be. But that doesn't really matter. It's still going to be able to do T12. I did a Pit 120 with rubbish gear. And like there's loads of uniques and stuff that are going to be getting a lot stronger. Given that I'm pretty sure you're probably Ignition, since that account's created 3 minutes ago. And if you are, it's a bit sad you created an account 3 minutes ago to come in here and say that. I don't normally call people out, but that's just a bit weird. Yeah, maybe it is, but we're probably going to gain roughly that back. Obviously, I can't verify that, but... Given the sort of knowledge you're throwing out there, you obviously have inside info, and I'm not stupid. And I also know what some people are like. It might be, even if it's half though, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's unnecessary. Deliberately coming in to crap on someone else's parade, it's not, you know, that's not great for the community, is it? So, actually, I'll tell you what I am going to do. That's getting sent to people so it can be sent to the Max Roll management team because that's just unnecessary. Sorry, guys. I'm not really one to do that, but that's not really very nice, is it? I'm all about treating people how you want to be treated. So you should expect to be treated in kind. Cool. All right. Good. Hey, Mr. Agareth, how you doing? I want to ask you, the new mythics, will they drop in Season 14? Are we able to change the aspects of it? No. The mythics are uniques. So there'll be currently... The mythics will be a unique, as they are, with their aspects. It'll just be 30... Up to... well, around 30% stronger. I think there are some slight exceptions on that, but most of them are about 30% stronger. So Mythic is becoming a rarity as opposed to specific items. There will be iconic Mythics, which are the ones we currently know, and they come, and they're like really rare, and they come with very powerful effects. But like all of your standard uniques here will be able to come as a Mythic version next season. Yeah, no, don't worry about reporting it to like anyone specifically. I've let the right person know. Like I say, I'm all for good conversation. If someone came in and said, oh, we've already got that build in max roll, but we're doing it slightly differently, that's really interesting. That's great. But coming in and just being like, oh, yeah, max roll's already got that build. No, it does. And I'm like, well, it does, but it doesn't have it the way I'm doing it, which actually works for Season 14. And then just starts going on a parade about how it's going to be terrible next season because of X, Y, and Z. It's basically just coming in and being negative, and that's just... No one wants that, really, do they? I didn't ask for that. I didn't do anything to this. I didn't do anything to this person, whoever came in, whoever that was. Obviously, I made an assumption who it was, but given the account was created 3 minutes before they did it, it was definitely someone wanting to hide their account name, and it's the same colour that Ignition uses on his username. And the fact that he's got that inside name, not knowledge, means it's either that person, and I don't even care for calling that person out now, because that's obviously him or one of his inside friends that would know about the guide being updated. Or someone who's affiliated with them, and if it's not, so be it. But I'm just fed up with that. That's why I left the Discord, because I was getting harassed by people. And that's just not very nice, to be honest. Anyway, rant over. The fact of the matter is no one else has done what I'm doing right now. It doesn't matter if it's slow, because it is slower than what we've had. No one needs to deal with that. It's just, you know, we're here to play games and have a good time and figure out some cool stuff. So we've got some great stuff to play next season, right? Loyalties can be 90% cooldown. Farhad, it'll be 78. But your cooldowns cap at 75. Yeah, the fact of the matter is theirs will be updated for Season 14. Mine will be updated in about 2 hours. So, I have actually got zero issue with max roll. I want to make that on public record here. I actually have really good friends over there. So I do not have a problem with them as a website or as a company. And a lot of my friends over there are awesome creators, and they make awesome builds. But no one should have to deal with what's borderline harassment. The PTR was closed about a month ago, Mr. Agaref, yeah. It's still fast, yeah. That's the thing. I'm trying to test things for next season, but as it currently stands, like this, even if the damage is halved, it doesn't matter. Like half this damage, we're still going to nuke T12. I haven't got any transfigurations on at all, nothing. And some of my gear is like one of my rings is terrible. I just don't have the resources or the items to make it better right now. And on top of that, all your uniques are going to be slightly stronger. We take a slight hit on the charm. So overall, maybe our damage does come down a little bit, but it will still be enough. Half of what I'm doing right now will still slap T12. Half of the damage will bring you down to like, down from, if you do a 120, it'll bring down to like a 112 maybe, but that's still enough to do a T12. For a speed farm build, that's what you want. You want a build that can smash the highest content for general content, not necessarily push the highest towers. It's a different attitude. You're just waiting for your crushing hand, Jaguar. I updated Crushing Hand today, Farhad. It's not... yeah, it's updated. I fully updated that for Season 14 today, so you can look at it now. That's good to go. I made some changes to it today. Yeah, that's one of the 6 guides I've fully done. I'll get this one updated tonight before I go offline. If time permitting, I might also do Firestorm tonight, because that's not a million miles different from what I was using. It's a similar concept to what I'm doing here, but that probably will use the Rushing Claw still. Will it? Do you know what? I might change that. I might actually change that. I might change Firestorm to do perma evade and just have the movement speed as well. It doesn't necessarily need to have Rushing Claw, actually. I'll have to think about that when I get into the guide. And then Firestorm will move this fast as well then, probably. Yeah, this is pretty speedy. I mean, there's obviously faster builds out there. There probably will be some like absurdly speedy rogue build and whatnot. You was watching someone earlier who was doing Expedition and used one of the new Liquid Verisium on a 3-slot rune and turned it into a mirror. Wow. Did they? Oh, wow. GG's. GG's to that person. You bought 2 pieces of gear last night, remade the money back for it, well worth the zoo builds. Nice. That zoo build was so fun. It didn't matter to me that it was the fastest or the absolute strongest build. The fact is it made the game really nice to play for me. Like, I could just chill and run through maps and farm stuff, you know, and I wasn't, like, feeling like I was going to get clapped by absolutely everything. And it did more than enough damage. I was able to beat all the pinnacles, like the highest versions of them. I didn't do the Ubers, I suppose. But I'm pretty sure the build will do it. I just never actually got that deep into it. I mean, I was slapping all those top-end 200% Delirium T16 maps with that build. It was insane. And there was very few things that could kill me. And the things that did would kill a lot of stuff, I suppose. Yeah, this is feeling pretty good to farm with. You wouldn't be able to do this very early on, though, because you need to get to 6 feathers, which I think is like Paragon 200 or something. It's feeling pretty good to play. It's actually a pretty fun build. This is pretty fun. I mean, if you literally half that damage, you're still going to absolutely destroy the boss. Let's see how Astroth goes. Your build has invested 2 to 3 mirrors, and I'm about to mirror the best ring in the game. Good luck. I don't get it. Are they trying to say that the build is... Oh, JDI, I don't want to go into it anymore. Sorry, I don't normally rant, but I had to leave the Sanctuary Discord. Let's put it that way. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I like to be pro-positive, and I'm actually really supporting other people. If someone comes out with a cool build, I'll congratulate them, you know? Wow, look how fast I took out the beast. See how, he himself is way tanky, though, so I need to see how tanky he is. Yeah, he's quite a lot tankier than the beast. But I mean, we'll kill him fast enough. How's I got? Oh, that hurts. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, seems pretty good. Overall, I have got some pretty good gear on. But there's definitely room for improvement. Like, a lot more max life would help with defense. A better ring, full stop. Etc. That cry, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Echo Quatley would be nice, actually. The Echo Quatley gives you the healing. That's what I'm thinking here. Maybe we won't use the Thunder Gods on this. Maybe you'd use another Legendary Ring. And you'd put Echo Quatley on. And you'd use Supremacy here. Because that gives you healing. Which will help with your... Because I've got it so my ultimate constantly makes them vulnerable, you basically just Giga Heal. I guess we should try this quickly. I don't have a particularly good Echo Quatley, I don't think. Let's have a look. I doubt I kept one. Oh, I do have a good one. Giggity. I actually do. I actually have a pretty good one. Sweet. Because then I could roll that heal off of the Napoleon and put some damage on there, or some damage reduction there, or something. I don't need any of those. This is where resources is going to hurt me a bit. I don't have a lot left. And you're going to need that the evade cooldown GA temper, so fingers crossed. Oh, I got it first time. Lovely, thank you. 2,000 weapon damage. No, Thunder. Well, the thing about Thunder Gods is you'll hit really big, but it's only 25% of the time. The Resolve Gen. What I was pondering on is, if we're not using Glins, you do want to stack Resolve still, but the Zik rune will work next season for Resolve stacking, and that will probably be enough because we're not consuming any. So that will probably be enough to stack up your Resolve to max and keep it at max while you're evading around. Honestly. I don't know if I can test it right now because I don't think I'm going to have any Resolve gen. So I'll lose that damage. But next season we might not need Thunder God's Resolve gen for this build. And putting on like a ring like this. And putting Supremacy there. It's actually a fairly relative ring, this. It's actually a really close ring, so it's going to be a pretty reasonable test, this one. Hey, Uski, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Appreciate the follow. Hope you're having a great day. Let me about a second, put that in there.
From creation, destruction.
Reroll the power up. I mean, technically, 100x damage, you get it all the time, is going to beat 92.7 or whatever the Thunder Gods will be on average. You'll hit bigger on Thunder Gods, but not all the time, I guess. But you wouldn't need the heal on here either. So I could roll something else. You gain Resolve. I might have to use that for the time being, but you could put damage on. You gain Resolve for all the Vigor you gain while at maximum Vigor. So that would allow me to stack it with Thrash pretty quickly, I think. Vigor there. Vigor there. And you get Vigor on Arms Hired. That would stack up my... Yeah, that'll give me the stack up I need. So now all I need to do is... reroll this. I want 100 if I can. The storm's calmed down, Zach. Nice, glad to hear it. Yeah, JDI creativity is... like I say, I'm pro support. I don't get the whole elitist thing particularly. You know, I've got VODs proving that I test everything I put up, basically, well, nearly everything. Because I have been outright accused of plagiarism once or twice before as well, which is something I do not take lightly. That is something I take incredibly offensively. Because I know that's not true. But some people, I don't know. I think it's just jealousy, if you ask me. For whatever reason. Yeah, okay. Let me just try 120 with this, because it will be very telling. It'll be very telling if it's a lot worse. Pestilent Spiritborn is best endgame push in Season 14? I don't think it will be. It'll be up there, though. I think I know. I think I've got a build that'll be stronger, but we'll see. Yeah, that stacks resolve crazy fast. Holy cow. Let's move on here. Let's group another. Let's get our supremacy stacks up. Won't be quite so... If this is better, then you won't be so reliant on supremacy to get instant damage as well. Obviously, I did a 120 with time to spare. It wasn't... I did it in just under 10 minutes before. I'm still hitting for trillions, so... That's right, everything in Scourge get made vulnerable as well, so I've just got all these multiple means of making enemies vulnerable constantly. And then you're just constantly removing and adding it back on again. This feels better. And I'll be tankier because you'll generate everything's constantly generating new life. So I'm pretty sure that's the play here. Yeah, I'll push this one through to the end. I want to see what the boss feels like, but the fact that I just hit for 3 trillion there, this feels stronger. Straight up.
Being followed.
Oh, we got a storm going on outside. I can hear the thunder. I'm not surprised with the heat we've had. Wow. Yeah, this feels a lot stronger. I think we've got a build going, everybody. I'm actually really happy with this. This is one of the better feeling builds. Oh, we got clapped. Wow. Well, that's good. Try again. Apart from getting collapsed, of course. That's never good, but... I must have literally taken damage from all of those things all at once. Like, the shadow damage, the fire damage, etc., etc. Yeah, that solves the healing problem. That's nice. That was one of the things I was pondering on. I totally forgot about the echo quietly for a second there. I will be updating this build in a moment live, but it's exclamation mark build, but I need to update it with this current build, yeah. So that's what I'm going to do in a moment. I need to go test the lair boss. I'm just trying to gauge like how good the build is. I mean, my understanding is that the Storm Feathers are going to be quite a lot weaker. I actually did know that from the minimal testing I did, and other people I know did stuff that did share information with me. But on the flip side, we're getting quite a few buffs to some other bits. So I think overall, even if it's a little bit weaker, it will still end up, even if it's half damage, like as someone was saying it would still be good enough. Like this is not going to be a pushing build, so as long as you get that out of your head and you go, this is a speed farming build, this will be the fastest build we've got, I think. And I guess that was as it was always intended, right? I've got such an itchy nose. What the hell? There we go. Yeah, it was always intended to be one of the speed farm builds, the evade Storm Feathers stuff. I just want to get to the boss. I want to see how much faster I take the boss down. Yeah, like, I probably wouldn't necessarily choose this to go do like Mephisto or anything. But in terms of speed farming Helltides, it'll be great, I think. And, you know, just speed farming leveling and your glyphs and stuff. It should be decent to get you going. Speed farming resources and everything. I'm not attacking just a single target on the boss right now, so the damage is getting diluted a little bit by other enemies there. This is a build that definitely benefits having a single target boss. It's one of the very few we've got. So all the feathers hit him, only him. I don't know. I mean, I cleared this faster, to be fair. Keeps stunning me, which is annoying.
Excellent fight.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose Thunder Gods plus Supremacy probably is more maximum damage overall. Like next seat, this is 75x right now. It'll be 92.5. This is now at 270 rather than 405. But we don't have the healing without this. There is another combo I can try here. Yeah, I'm going to try another combo quickly. Hey, Karamissa, how's it going? Over and kick. I think I've got... I want to try it as a charm. Pretty sure I've got one of these. I guess it doesn't matter what the stats are. It's only a 60 mind, but that's what I've got, so... Hey, Mixie, 9 months. Thank you, Mixie. Appreciate you. How you doing? That's very kind. You're sticking to Singer Barb? Yeah, I mean, Barbs will probably just be stronger anyway, I think is what I'm... my general understanding. So I don't blame you. Let me just have a look, see how this feels. I mean, we lose that damage from Proteans, but it gives us the healing, I guess. Which then would allow you to put damage on that amulet instead. And we've still got tenacity, we've still got resolve gen. So we wouldn't need tenacity. So just gotta wait for my supremacy to stack up a little bit. Yeah, 5 trillion. This is higher damage, I think. Yeah, the movement speed is giga here. Oops, I actually evaded into that. What a scrub. Oh dear, that was terrible. That's the only thing about evade and not rushing claw. I'm actually going to fight this thing, I think. I don't know, what's that? I can't even see what affixes it's got, because when I highlight it, it doesn't show me. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to highlight it, but yeah, evading. Once you've evaded, you're locked in that animation until you land. I literally just watched myself go to my doom there. Oops. Misclick that a little. Oops, that hurts. Those up there, that's a bit better. Once we actually get going. The sheep scream. What's the sheep scream for? You might go warlock since they're worse, better chance on getting on the leaderboard. True. Yeah. Then again, someone will probably find a bug and it will suddenly do like 150s and everyone will be like, "Oh my god, must play warlock." You wait. Oh, that's some loud thunder I can hear outside. Holy. Hopefully my cats aren't out there. They'll be scared poopless otherwise. When I get to the boss, because that is the easiest thing for me to tell, like roughly how quickly I kill the boss compared to what I did before. Elites, it's just too like there's too much RNG on the affix setup and the enemy type. Some enemies are just tankier than others, and affixes, obviously some affixes make them giga tanky, some don't. I just want the boss. How am I running fast? So fast? I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard, Diablo Steve. 300% movement speed, Giga Chad. Hell yes. can't even see really what's going on, but you know, things are dying, so. Alright, we got the boss, although the damage will be highly diluted because there's a lot of enemies, but 30 stacks supremacy, okay, it's looking good. As we kill the ads around him, hopefully it'll be easier to see how much damage we're chunking for or not. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually any stronger. Really? Hmm.
I'm ready to see the outside again.
Like, I'd really like the Protean Heart as well. But you do want the 5 set Quatleys on this, so you're not going to have a 5 set Quatleys and 2 unique charms, so your only way to have both the Echo Quatley and the Protean on would be to wear an Echo Quatley, yeah. Hmm. Let me just do some math quickly. 100 times 5.05 times 9. Oh. 100 times 5.05 times 1.9725 equals 996. Take a screenshot of that so just in case I forget. 996, 100 times 2 times 2 point, no, 100 times 2 times 3.7, 740. Yeah, it's less as I suspected. Hmm. If I didn't need that resolve generation, yeah, I mean, the one thing I can change here with this setup, without the Protean Heart, which is stronger, is with the Thunder Gods we've got resolve gen, so I can change this for a damage aspect. Yes, Barb's Singer Best, they run at 300 as well, yeah. Yeah, it is. That's what 300 movement speed is, what I was doing. So that's what Barbs will be running at. It's pretty cracked that they can get to that speed, really. Hey, Taters, how you doing? Wusher's Charm, that's how I'm running it. Freeze up weapon for something interesting. Yeah, could try that. I don't know if I got a replacement weapon, that's the question. You'd want a polearm. I suppose this is a glaive. You'd want a pole arm, more damage. I don't know if I've got one that'll be reasonable for this build. Oh, I do. I actually do. I actually have one that's ready to go for it. Let me see. I've actually got a Wusha. The only thing is, Wusha not par is getting buffed. Oh wow, does the Wusha not par benefit not get nerfed? I just assumed it gets halved. If it doesn't, then yeah, you should absolutely... Yeah, okay. Wow. For some reason, the Wusha not par charm doesn't get halved. I would have thought it would. No, it doesn't. Wow, okay. Ha! It probably should. In which case, yeah, this is definitely going to be better. I just assumed that would be half. That's why I didn't put it there. I suppose I should have tested that. Yeah, that was a good suggestion. Oh, yeah, that's definitely broken if it doesn't half. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, stick those in there. Put Supremacy here instead. You can put Quatleys up here as a result. Protean Heart in here. Because that one... Oh, no, we don't get Protean Heart in here. But we can have the Quatleys up here. Which gives you your life sustain. And that Quatleys is going to go to a 1.3. This is going to go to a 3.9. This is going to go to 1.3, so that overstacks. I guess this doesn't matter so much. So that's a bit of damage gain. And because we don't need the resolve gen here, I can re-roll this to like apprehension or something. Wow, I'm down to less than 150 of these finally. I had like 500 of those at one point. They are 56%. Hello, cat. You're right. You decided to come in. It's a bit scary out there, isn't it? It's all thundery. Hey, good boy. My cat's coming. At least I know one of them's safe. Protean. Quatley is a trap. The thing about the Quatley, though, is it gives you healing, JDI. You need to have some sustain for temerity. But I'll try both, of course. Yeah, I'll try both. I'm pretty sure I've got a half-decent protein lying around somewhere. Let me have a look. My inventory is such a mess, holy cow. Yeah, I've got there's a half-decent one here. It's got life on hitting it as well. I think a straight-up 1.3 multiplier will be better than this next season. The core stats is nice. Anyway, we'll try this. That does mean we can get more dexterity there. So, yeah, we'll try it. We'll try it in a minute. But a straight-up 2x multiplier is going to be more than adding another... This won't be a 2x multiplier, doubling your dex. Because the way the math happens is it does your damage times dex times everything else. So adding twice as much dex is like adding 50% more damage. Well, it's a bit more than 50%, but it's not 200. It's not 100% damage. Yeah, let's try this. It does cancel vulnerable, but I've got two different means of permanently making enemies vulnerable, so that's fine. The movement speed's completely insane in this. So I'm just literally making them vulnerable again, straight away. Anyway, we'll see in a minute how it feels. See what the damage numbers come out as once Supremacy stacks up. But yeah, I didn't realise Wusha Nut Par doesn't go down in number. So this may well be just completely better because of that. What's that Orb Thief? I'm only at 6 stacks of Supremacy, that's not great. That's 4.7 trillion already. I mean, if we hit into double-digit trillions, then I know, or even get close to that, then I know it's way better. These are a pain in the ass to follow. I can't look at chat right now. You're going to have to wait a couple of minutes. Oh, wow. Just insta-nuke that thing. Yeah, give me a second, Nasty. Sorry, I'm testing something here. Good old Crackling Souls. Yeah, right. Yeah, Crackling Souls can go away. They are actually broken. I can't pause, for God's sake. All right, yeah, just wait a sec, Nasty. Sorry. Unfortunately, this game doesn't allow you to pause when you're playing on your own, so... It's actually wild how overtuned Crackling Soul is compared to a lot of stuff. It's just completely unplayable for a lot of builds. This does feel a lot stronger. Yeah, I should have tested that earlier to make sure that that actually halved. Because it should halve. I think that's bugged. Theoretically. I'm definitely not fighting them. Sod that. Another set of Cracking Souls. Go away. Why has every single pair of elites got Cracking Soul? Like, seriously. There are other affixes in the game. Just hashtag ignore. And they're trying. They're following. Look at that. It one-shot me through like 80,000 life. Go away. I need to actually double-check my barriers generating. I'm going to start another one because that dungeon just seemingly is throwing every set of elites with Crackling Souls at me. Worst affix in the game, if you ask me. I think even over some of the really annoying ones, that's the worst. So what, you playing next easy? Sorry, that's a broken records. I'm probably not going to... You can't start on this. I'm probably going to start on another build. It's going to be of the poison variety. It won't be Swarm, though. But yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. How you doing? We need to enable Guild Hideout in PoE 2. Is it not enabled already? I'll have to look into that. That was a terrible test. I can't take anything from that. I couldn't really do anything. I just kept getting killed by those... Like I say, it's ridiculous how much damage those Cracking Souls do, frankly. I'm like straight up tanking everything else, and then those come along and just one-shot you in an unavoidable way. And also, just to be clear here, JDI, the inconsistency is not the Quatleys. The inconsistency is the Zik rune. The Zik rune won't give you the damage 100% of the time. You've got to wait for the enemies to become unstoppable. So that's why you're only getting the big damage every now and then. After they're crowd controlled, every enemy, after they're crowd controlled, goes unstoppable for a short period of time. And that's when you'll do the big damage. This is better. I'm not getting one shot in every single group of enemies, plus the density, and this is way better. I can still try the Protean Heart, but without the Protean Heart, I don't have enough life sustain for the temerity. So I then have to get some life sustain. Life on hit won't be enough, I don't think. So I then have to get some life sustain, which means I probably have to take apprehension off my amulet, which means I've lost another 1.6 multi. So I think actually this works out better. Because I think the Quatleys straight up is just more damage anyway. To be honest. But I'll try it in a minute and we'll see. I'll have to roll some resources into it, but hey ho. Bloody Crackling Souls again, look. It's the fact it fires so many of them. If it was just like one, they need to like half the damage and make it so they fire like way less often. Because for anything at half remotely close range, it just sucks. It's just not fun. I'm just not going to fight that. Oh, for God's sake, it's knocked off with flicking Heart of the Stone. Yeah, I'm just not going to fight those. They give me anxiety. I don't like playing against them. So I do, when I'm pushing any higher level content, I pretty much just ignore Crackling Souls pretty much. Normally. That's my advice if you're playing. Well, I know like Paladins really dislike them as well. Obviously, Glyn's made us so tanky, we just stopped caring. But we won't have that next season, which is probably the right thing, to be honest. That was 8.4 trillion right there. So that's definitely higher than I've seen before. So yeah, this setup's definitely better. Yeah, that's a good shout. That's on me, really. I should have tested that before. Checked it out. Man, suppressor. Not so fun. I'm gonna die. I literally just got animation locks in there. I couldn't even use a skill. Wow. Animation locks against an electric obelisk and a saw. I'm probably honestly on this build you probably should just avoid suppressors because you have to keep evading inside that circle, otherwise your projectiles aren't going to hit. They'll just get absorbed. So it's probably best just to avoid those on this build. You're doing higher level stuff anyway. Come on, Elite, die. There we go. Yeah, I'm not fighting them. That's Crackling Souls. They can go away. Yeah, Renee, not too bad. How are you? That was 13 trillion there. So we're not hitting double digits like constantly, but I did hit double digits there. Let's see how the boss feels, because... oh yeah, that's a lot faster, you can see. Although he's right on a pylon, I need him to move away from that, because walls can eat projectiles in this game. Which is the last thing you want when all your damage is projectile based. Oh, I've dragged a mob in here. There we go. Can actually do damage to him now. He's not on a wall and I've got no mobs. 15 trillion damage on the boss. Nice. No transfigs. So, even if you half the damage on this build, it is still going to hit for many, many trillions and it is still going to blast. Right, one last test. We'll test the protein if I've got enough resources to make it decent enough to test. It cancels the vulnerable, but my Scourge and my ultimate constantly make enemies vulnerable, JDI. So it just they just get made vulnerable instantly again. My damage definitely went up with that combination, like significantly so. But let me try Protein's Heart. Like I say, I always test things. So I'm not going to completely say, I'm not going to shut something out without actually testing it, because... that's just silly. Where did I put my Protein Heart? Here we go. Did that actually go in my inventory? Yeah. And we'll soon find out. I'll need some life sustain, but it is solvable. This is where it gets interesting. I don't have the great... oh, we got it first time. Nice. Or second time. That works. Slightly less damage on this amulet. I've got some life on hit here. Don't care too much about the scaling stats. Let's just put a Coolian on here. Might try and get apprehension, because then it'll give me an actual idea of the damage difference. Well, boss in 7 minutes, Renee. I'm probably okay myself, but thanks for letting me know. I'm literally just testing builds here. I'm not actually... I don't really need anything from the world boss this season now. I just want to make sure I've got a good range of builds for people up for season 14. For those that might want to explore beyond the obvious. There we go. That'll be a nice reasonable test. It's basically the same. Just a different amulet. Let's give this a go. I mean, if this is drastically better, then yeah, there obviously is something wonky going on, because mathematically, I think the Echo probably should be better, but double stats is always nice. It does double the value of your decks you add as well. No sleep? How comes? Is the Reaper better than rebounding? Only if you can get enough crit chance without rebounding. That'll be tricky. You'd have to... You'd be sacrificing... I mean, maybe. You would roll, like, a poison damage or all damage multiplier on your gear for Reapers. And then you'd get a fresh 1.3 multiplier rather than something that's not a fresh 1.3 multiplier. So maybe, actually. But you'd have to have that roll of crit chance on your gear. I can test that in a minute, probably. Okay, this is definitely stronger. There's something wonky going on there. Look, I just hit for 8.8 trillion. And I'm only at 19. Well, we'll run the whole dungeon so we get to the boss, because it gives me a reasonable, like, outlay of it. Yeah, I'm not really sure. There's obviously something... Yeah, there's obviously something wonky going on with the Echo Quackly. You are correct there. Mathematically, it should be better, but doesn't feel better, so... At least from those initial hits. Yeah, that was double-digit trillions there. Yeah, this is stronger. I'd stand corrected, JDI. You are right. This is stronger. I am man enough to admit when something is... When something, you know... When my initial things are wrong. But that's the beauty of these games, as you said. You know, different people can test stuff and find stuff. And I love the fact that we're in a position where we can share that, you know. And when I make my video for this later, I might make the video for this before I go to sleep, but I'll probably release it on Monday. I'll mention that you mentioned that to me as well. Yeah, I'm not about stealing things from people. But yeah, this is clearly doing more damage. And the Protein's a great option. It was never a bad option. It's just a matter of, like, what's your optimal. I mean, this isn't going to be the pushing build anyway. It's more a matter of what's the setup to play so that you can easily farm the game, even, and assume our damage is half. Easily farm the game and just farm Torment 12 at decent speeds. For those that don't want, yeah. There's going to be a few different options you can use. This will probably be the fastest. Yeah, I'm not fire now. It's got Crackling Soul. Screw that. Really don't want to fight that guy. See what I mean? It's just like incessant crackling souls. It's not like I'm trying to avoid one. You just end up with getting barraged. Let's get away from that while I can. No! Oh my god. These crackling souls are going to be the end of me, I swear. I need those enemies to follow me, or I'm just going to have to leave them. It's going to be really hard to take these out. I'm to deal with the crackling souls. That other group decided to follow me. I might just leave them, to be honest. It's not, there's another elite above me that's also got crackling souls. Screw this. Can you mention that I am the sexiest Spiritborn on the server? Oh, I don't know. That sounds expensive, SSD. So guys, before we get into the build, special notes to SSD, who is the quantified sexiest Spiritborn on planet Earth. Check out this picture from last night. AI generated. You're setting yourself up there. Yeah. Have I honestly picked up another set of elites? Bloody bows with crackling soul. No, thank you. Goodbye. Oh my gosh, right. Dear oh dear. It's like the game can hear me. It's like, you said you want more crackling souls. Well, I've got something for you. Well, obviously the damage is going to be split here because there's a crap load of enemies, but you know. But we're still doing some chunky damage. Yeah, that's definitely big damage. Like when I chunk it, you're chunking it big time. Oops, totally didn't hit the enemy, the boss with it. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, this build will easily clear 120, but I would go as far to say, with really GG like everything, you'd probably be able to do a 125 on this, even with half damage next season. I mean, that essentially solves the movement speed problem here as well. You don't even have to worry about it. Might as well grab these while we're here. Okay, well that seems pretty good. Let me go try a pit boss here. I don't know if you're still here, Nasty. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. Home from work, been a long week, really to unwind. I'm still not sure what I want to play next season. If you're still here, Nasty, my recommendation is always to play what you think is going to be fun to you, you know? There's going to be, I think the next season will be 3 months as well. I don't know that for sure, but that's my guess is it's going to line up with BlizzCon. You're all about giving credit where credit is due. Absolutely. Oh yeah, these builds were like some of the builds I've done. Like I haven't just magically put something together and it's just working. Like some of the things that are in there, they seem very intentional to work together. You know, like the saw build, and I actually got that working really well. Doesn't necessarily push the highest, but it works pretty well once you build it the way it was intended to be built. Or at least somewhere near to it, anyway. You can have slight variations on the builds, but this game is nowhere near as, like, off the leash as, like, PoE is, where you've got, like, a 1 gazillion different levers that you can move and do various different things with your skills and such. This game is obviously it's got slightly more, like, confined restrictions to what you can do, but we've obviously got a bit more now in this expansion, but it's not to that level. How fast I'm killing everything here. It's crazy. I move so fast. It is 300, isn't it? Yeah, I was going to say, imagine if I got over 300. I found a bug that allows you to go over 300% movement speed. That'd be completely insane. Well, that was a pretty solid. It's pretty solid at boss killing, I'm not going to lie. Made short work of him. I don't suspect T12 Lilith will be particularly fun. Because of the way you have to ramp it up a bit, but... Oh, we got Belial as well, okay. This works for bosses, exactly. Like I say, let's just half the damage for next season. Let's just assume what that person said is true. It will still be fine. Like, you'll still... Just double the time I took to kill Harbinger there, which wasn't very long. And off you go. And this is without transfigurations or the mythic buffs. So you'll gain some of that damage back. And my gear's not exactly perfect. I have got some very good gear on here, though, to be fair. I have got some pretty good gear, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, that ring could be a lot better. So, yeah. That picks up a Harley's. Honestly, this is working better than I thought it would. To be honest. Well, let's go empty this out. I'll go try T12 Lilith on it. Merzello, how's it going? I need to update the planner, which I will be doing in a moment. I'm just going to go try T12 Lilith, and I think I've tested everything I need to. And then I'm going to update the planner with what I've got, and this will basically be... It'll be ready for Season 14. It will build exactly the same. So... bear with me. Maybe just, if you haven't got time to hang around and you're interested, maybe hit the favourite button, and then you can check back a bit later or tomorrow when it's ready. But yeah, appreciate you jumping in. Welcome in. Yeah. They added it this season. It's called Movement Speed Cap 2. So the way you can tell... Okay, good example. Movement Speed Cap 1. If you look at here, it says move... Oh, no, it doesn't say it there. That's not useful, is it? Okay, anything that just says gain movement speed typically will be cap speed 1. That goes to 200%. Anything that's like this up here, I haven't got it on, but anything that's like this here, which says movement speed, and then it's got a number with a multiplicative next to it, like 15 multiplicative, that actually means 15% cap 2. That multiplicative sign means cap 2. I asked the devs, because I was confused. I was like, this isn't multiplying, it's adding. And they're like, yeah, that was our cheap way of solving it in the UI. So maybe later down the line, they'll show it differently. But that's how you know it goes to cap 2. And like Storm Feathers stuff goes to cap 2. So if you double up your eagle here, you get 40% in cap 2. Wow. Sorry, guys. Some thunder just struck incredibly close to my house. That was really loud. Holy crap. Jesus. I don't think I've heard thunder that loud in a long time. That must have been pretty close to my house. You got to read the fine print, but that's not obvious. Sorry, that was a little bit of a divulgence. Yeah, we got a big fire. We got a big thunderstorm going on where I live. Yeah, so that doesn't really tell you that. It's not that obvious. I had to ask the devs, and they clarified to me. So yeah, that's pretty handy to know. I'm just trying to clear up my inventory a touch, so I haven't got like a gazillion items on me that I don't need on me now. I'm pretty settled on these items, and... Oh, we could try Reapers as well. I don't actually need that movement speed, I don't think. So you'll get 50%. You don't get the dodge chance, though, when you use Evade, so you'd be... They'd be able to hit you more, but you'd have more damage. Like the pushing version, you'd probably put Reapers here, and you would roll all damage here, for example, into crit damage, because although that looks like you're trading off a 25 for a 30... What you're actually doing, that all damage is part of another bucket. You've got loads of that. That's all of your lightning damage, all damage everywhere. While a straight up fresh 1.3 here, which will be active all the time, would make the difference. And then you'll have to roll crit chance to make up the loss of 10% here. And if you had one GA crit chance here, that would probably, on the gloves, that can go to 12%, I think. So that actually makes up more of this, plus a little bit extra. So you'd be able to make up a little bit towards the bit you haven't got. So I'd be almost at 100% if I did that. But you'd need the GA crit chance. Yeah. Hey, Acrodin, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? How's your day? Fingers crossed the power stays on. Oh, Mozello, if my power goes out, that'll be really bad. Yeah. I live in a relatively built-up place, so hopefully. Fingers crossed. Yeah, if my stream suddenly dies, you know why. Storms don't tend to affect our internet around here too badly, fortunately, because it's all under the ground. So if it gets affected, or my power goes out, that means the lightning's literally hit my house and I've blown up. Or it's blown a hole in the floor and destroyed the infrastructure under the ground. Which is not impossible. Reapers is better. Yeah, it will be. You'll need the crit chance here. Yeah, no, mathematically it would be better, yeah. You won't have the dodge chart. I would recommend this in an earlier version, like in an earlier variant, because it helps you with that crit chance journey. In a lot of my builds, which I did this season, which solved crit chance without using the Rod of Kep, I did the same thing. I used rebounding if I could, and then went off onto Reapers. Yeah. And like I say, if you had a GA crit chance here, it goes to 12. It goes to 12 or 13%, and that actually pretty much makes me up to 100% crit chance, near enough. I won't have the GA here, but let's see if I can roll it. I'm running out of Forgotten Souls here. Hey, Hyru's here. How you doing, Hyru? Oh, I just rolled past it like a noob. Rip. Rip Forgotten Souls. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Hyru. I appreciate you. Sebmu, Baker, Ithilday, Tegan, Lex Static. Please thank Hyru here for the very kind gift sub. That's awesome. How you doing, Hyru? How are you keeping? How are you holding up? Are you going to be playing next season at all? Oh, man. It wasn't a very high roll of crit chance, to be fair. Come on, not on that many stats I can roll here. I really don't have... Right, 7.2. It's not that high, though. 9%. I could have rolled 8.5, and then I'd be... Oh, do I waste more Forgotten Souls? I'm basically done. I don't need many more Forgotten Souls. Come on. Please, the next time let's hope I hit it again soon. 10.6. There we go. Perfect. I think that's maximum. With the GA, it goes to 13. So I'm at 95.3, but because I've got the protein heart on, I get 1.7 here. So that takes me to 97. If I had that extra 2.4, that takes me to 99.4. And then I would only need, a little bit more all stats, which is basically the all stats I'm missing here. Yeah. I get 375 more all stats. And that would do it. That would probably be enough. In fact, that would absolutely be enough to make up that extra 0.6, and that would be 100%. So it is possible to get there, yeah, with Reapers, yeah. Nice. Let me go try Lilith with this. Just for funsies. Paracon board only has 3% crit these days. They nerfed it. But I do have that, yeah, in Drive. I have got that stuff in Drive. It used to give you... I want to say it used to give you a 4 or 5. It gives you 3 now. I don't have any supremacy here. I might stack up... Oops. Bollocks, didn't mean to do that. Oh, well. YOLO. See what happens. I haven't stacked supremacy, so we'll see how this goes. I'm probably going to have to fight at least one stage of a mechanics because I can't. Yeah, I didn't stagger fast enough. That's fine. I mean, I've got the movement speed to play a mechanics, so that's not a problem. That's the one thing we don't lack in this build: movement speed. Just got to make sure I don't evade outside circle. Okay, well that's fine. We clapped her once. I had some. I've only got 14, 15 stacks of supremacy. Annihilated her. I should probably, actually, I should probably do this just to keep it sustained, shouldn't I? You can actually stack supremacy very fast with Eagle because you can cast it the fastest. And then this phase should die pretty fast as a result of it. What? Or I'll die. Okay. Alright, let's try again. That was terrible. I don't know what I was doing. I was looking too much at my supremacy bar. Clearly, I need to pay more attention to the fight. I guess I'm not playing with Glins right now, so I'm not, like, infinitely tanky. Alright, let's just stack a few of those. That'll make this a lot easier, I think. Yeah, with this fight, all you need is movement speed. There it goes. Yeah, stage 1 isn't a problem. Just trying to keep my supremacy stacks at a reasonable level. Pay more attention to the fight this time. I'm not actually sure what it was that killed me. It might have been that. It was exactly that killed me. And I literally just stood in it there. Ugh. Alright, try once more. That was me just being a noob. I was literally like just thinking to myself, it's probably the explosion she puts down on the floor, which is exactly what she's killed me with again. With Glins, you can pretty much just straight up tank it. So, I mean, this fight would be doable on it. It's probably not the best build to do it on, though. Stinger would be better, I think. I mean, it's perfectly... As long as she doesn't jump in the air fast, you can perfectly viable. I nearly did the same thing again. What? What? He literally just spawned out my feet. No. Blah, 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 blah. Necromancer, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. You got to see me get clapped. Good times. Let me just reset my ultimate cooldowns here. Meh. I mean, it's clearly not enough damage reduction, that's for sure. I mean, we can get more damage reduction. You put that greater storm aspects on, but I don't think that would save me from dying. Actually, my biggest problem here is lack of life, I think. I could have life here. Life on the helm. So my life should be a bit higher than it is right now. You're going great. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, glad to hear it. Oh, staggered, lovely. Although, there we go. Alright, stage 1. My supremacy stacks are not very high. Yeah, she literally spawned those lightning things right on my feet. And he just insta-clapped me. I think the problem is you need to make sure you've got toxic skin on because you just get so much armor from that, and that's going to be one of your biggest defensive layers. So if that just goes down, you're not paying attention, you can get clapped by it. I'm probably going to die again here, to be honest. It's a bit of a pain with the evades. Dear. Oh, that was close. There's too many things that are just like randomly hitting me, and because I have to evade, it's like, but yeah. This is not the build I would recommend doing T12 Lilith on. I actually vividly remember in the past seasons this not being the build to want to do this fight on. It's awkward because you have to evade, and you need to evade. It can be done, but you have to skillfully evade the mechanics. Yeah. And I don't think the defensive measures they're giving us are going to be enough to make us tanky enough, to be honest. It's not going to be enough. Yeah, you want a build where you can control the build a little bit better when you're actually dealing your damage. But I mean, the damage is there. Survivability is an issue, for sure. I'm actually going to try something here quickly. I've already got maximum aspects of redirected force. JDI. I've got interdiction on my boots. And I have armored hide on. I've got them both on the bar. I've got vortex in my runes. I've got it all on. Vortex activates quicker from your runes, so it's better to have that there. Yeah. I've got them all. Oh, the lighting in here stayed dark. Look. It's going to be really hard to see the stuff on the floor. Oh, good. This is the only thing. I want to see if I feel tankier with rebounding on, because I reckon I will. Because you get that dodge while evading, so as long as you're constantly evading. Oh, God, I'm in a really bad position here. Fortunately, I've got the movement speed of the gods, so I can still avoid stuff. It literally feels like I'm playing an old school arcade 2D game here. The amount of movement speed I've got. It's like you just press left, you press your D-pad and you move like giga speeds. I just want to see if that dodge chance gives me even half a chance of staying alive against this stuff. The only other way would... it's probably indirect damage, so it'll probably still kill me, to be honest. But in a pushing scenario, Reapers will be better for sure. I think, as long as you can stay alive. But next season, I'm testing without Glins deliberately. Whoops. That nearly got me. Yeah. Oh. Ball sacks. Alright, yeah. Meh. That move's savage. It literally, like, she never used to do that in the old days. Place those lightning things on your feet. Just one-shot me. You are definitely a lot tankier with rebounding, and we might actually need that next season. You might actually have to use that next season for the dodge chance. To be honest. Yeah.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Alright, I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. The DR isn't enough. No, Glins gives you like 90% or something. That's why you're so tanky. The highest we can get from a single aspect's 40. So no, it's definitely not enough, that's for sure. I mean, that only gives me 30 plus the extra means of reducing their damage. But the highest we can get, Glins goes to 40. Oops. Yeah, you have got some that go higher, but the higher they go, the more conditional they are. Gain up to 45% reduction and impairment resistance based on your block charts. Let me try that one with interdiction just for the lols. Means you've got no DR to start with, so you're going to have to stack your resolve pretty fast. But with Thunder Gods, we should be able to do that. From a range, you could just place down your Eagle. Let me just try it in a 120. I want to see how it feels. What do you think is going to be on top next season, Lacey? So Counter Swarm will be up there. There'll be a couple of core skills as well, like Stinger and stuff. This is going to be the fastest build for sure. Alright, I've got like literally no DR until I've got some stacks of resolve. I just want to see how much DR that it does actually work. Because we can stack DR, and does it like feel good or not? Because that will technically give me more DR than what I had before. 59%. I'm at 100% block chance though. What? Oh. Is that giving me 59% DR? No, it's not. It's weird because I don't feel like it's... It says current bonus. I don't think that is giving me DR. To be honest. And well, obviously you get DR from your set as well. Yeah, I think Indomital's a trap. I was just checking it. I've never actually equipped it before. My block percentage is 100, so I don't understand. That's clearly bugged. Because I had 100% block chance. That should have been capped. Straight up. So there's something wonky going on there, for sure. Yeah, it's bugs for sure. I'll have to report that. But there's nothing... Like, Glint goes higher. But you have to stack the resolve first.
It has been a pleasure.
Obviously, it's like, well, that's obviously, I can't really test with it in this season. It's gigabugged, isn't it? Yeah. That's kind of one of the reasons I've put on debilitating toxins, to be honest.
Auspicious omen.
Alright, I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm going to put the guide together. But before I do that, I am going to go quickly use the restroom very quickly, guys. So I'll be back in 1 minute. BRB. Alright, guys, I'm back. Spirit bugs. Every class has got loads of bugs. It's not just Spiritborn. Yeah. These games inherently have got a lot of stuff going on, so yeah. Right, I'm just getting something quickly. Can also try a Withering Fist for some additional stacking weakness. Yeah, I like the fact that I've got Ravager on. It's got the cooldown in it, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we can try it. Does that not do poison damage anymore? Enemies hit by a Withering Fist are weakened. Oh, okay. Enemies poison. Okay, it does actually change that to the enemies being hit, so it still works. Okay. I mean, we can give it a go. Why not? Literally just use the same test bed here. See how it feels. Oh, helps to actually evade, right? Forgot for a second there, we're actually playing an evade build and not a Withering Fist build. I suppose that does give you healing and barrier gen in itself. So it's going to make you tankier, for sure. I do not have enough cooldown, though, otherwise. Well, I suppose, well, you do, kind of. One sec, let me look at the bar. I'm trying to look at the bar while fighting here at the same time. You kind of do, I suppose. I think Withering Fist is a slower skill. And that doesn't really help. I'm pretty sure Thrash is a faster casting skill. We've got poison anyway, JDI. Scourge is a constant aura around you. So while Scourge is up, everything's just constantly poisoned. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is faster. Let me try that again. Hey, XBG, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Gorilla Fist is fun. Poison's better. Yeah, it's quite slow, though, that skill. Like, the actual animation on it's quite slow, I think. Yeah, Thrash is just faster, I think. Same for Osti, it's just faster. It gives me that extra cooldown so I can just smash stuff quicker. I think I personally prefer Thrash, but I mean, you perfectly could use Withering Fist. There's no reason why not. Everything's poisoned anyway because of Scourge, so I'm not worried about this. Like, I've got the aura, haven't I? Just got this aura around me, so as long as I go near them, they just get poisoned. So Reapers kicks in all the time, so it's not really an issue. And considering I want this build to be a speed farming build, not a pushing build, you want basically what's the fastest thing. I mean, apart from T12 Lilith being an absolute absolute pain in the ass. This is perfectly fine, I'd say. Let's just go back to Hellside and just double check it. But hey, Clip, how's it going? I managed to solve Perma Evade without using Rushing Claw, the crazy tech that they're nuking next season. Yeah, Scourge is really useful. Yeah, I guess. I kind of prefer personally the cooldown and the faster responsive attack, but as I say, I mean, that's fine. I mean, having different preferences and different ideas, there's nothing wrong with that. But for something like this, once you get going, Thrash just seems a bit quicker, I think. Like, it's the actual animation. It's just, for some reason, Withering Fist just feels slower. But I mean, this is working pretty well. We run Giga fast. Only die in the high end stuff. I mean, we should be totally... Oh, that was a goblin. Yeah, as long as I don't stand in the explosions, we should be good, I'd say. This is basically, like I say, even if you halved this damage, it'd be more than enough. And I've got no transfix on, so the build will definitely be stronger. Like, relatively so. Because I always test my builds without transfix. That takes the RNG factor away. If we can smash T12... Like, that's the thing, T12 Lilith will be easy if I put transfix on this build. Because I'd have so much more damage if you had the right transfix. Like, loads more damage. So you just nuke her. I always test all this stuff without it. Because then it's like anyone can achieve it, sort of thing. Come on, Commander. How's your build guides going, Clip? You got many left to do? I've still got a bucket load left to do. I'm going to update this one in a moment. Yeah, this is fine. I mean, it's time to update the planner. So it's already 2 in the morning. It's going to take me a minute to update this one because this one's pretty out of date. I technically had this build up. I just didn't have it playing like it is now. It's been up since day one, but I just haven't gone back and refined it with new findings. Okay. I've got a pretty good handle on how I've built this. Let's get the planner up here. Alright. Hey, EC, how's it going? Welcome back, dudes. How you doing, man? Okay. Yeah, no worries, JDI. Thanks for all the info. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get this guide updated. This all needs to be, yeah, evade just doesn't exist for leveling anymore. That's not a thing. Yeah, it's got high breakpoint requirements. Right, let's do this one first. I actually will take, just did a template here. I've changed a few bits about, just minor things about my templates to make them a little bit nicer. We have no iconic mythics on this build. Samzik. Now, in an ideal world, you probably have, yeah, you'd have this and cooldown. Yes. Dexterity, dexterity, max resolve stacks. And lightning damage, of course. Well, you could have dex or anything, but I think lightning wins straight out outright. Okay. We'll stick with debilitating for now. I mean, if we need more defense, we could just take off some resolve stacks, possibly, and put max life on tempering instead. It is definitely a possibility. And that would give us a lot of extra defense. So there are a few things we can do if we need it, but I'll wait until the actual season goes live, until we can actually see exactly how that feels. Critical. Lightning. Oh, I can put them in. Okay, sweet. Armor. All res. What did I put my boots in the end? Yeah. Possibly you could get away without going into there, actually. But we'll do that anyway. You'd have cooldown there, so you could take cooldown off there. Cooldown, cooldown. If a cooldown. Yeah, you probably need the GA in there, still 60. 78. 87, you wouldn't be at 75, yeah. 70. Hold on. Dex, max life, crits, lightning. Good chance. Topaz. Hey, Bittersweet Raz, how's it going? Thank you for the resub. 11 months, almost a year. Wow. Has it been that long already? That does not feel like 11 months ago that I first met you, or even longer than that. I guess it must be slightly longer. That's crazy. ECs, you're doing good, man. Just testing your builds to see which one I'll run new season. Nice. Depends what kind of build you want. Fast, different, strong. They're all going to be reasonably decent, but some are better than others, you know. That's crazy. How are you doing? You good? I can't believe that's been nearly a year. That's nuts. Dexterity. Vulnerable. Crit. Lightning. I want to say. That would be lovely. Your Gorilla Born is my favorite so far. Okay, I need to update that for season 14. But yeah, that will be without the rushing claw mobility, so bear that in mind. It's still got okay mobility in it, and I've actually worked out some ways that we can possibly get a bit more movement speed on it, but it's not going to... Yeah, there'll be a way of getting slightly more movement speed on it, but it's not going to zoom. I did it that way this season because of the way we obviously had access to the crazy evades constantly. It's a good starting build, that, for sure. It's always been it's been one of my most successful builds, I think, because it's just always been really good to start on. It's not going to push like mega high, but it'll get you to T12 if you want, or you can go up your torments until you get the gear for something else and then switch off, you know. That's what most people would do. Lightning. Yeah, I'm not too bad, Bitters. Yeah, it's bloody hot where I am. There was a huge thunderstorm recently. I heard there must have been a strike really near to me, because that was the loudest I've ever heard a thunder strike near my house. So that's fun. But yeah, otherwise we're good. We just got this crazy heat wave. But yeah, just loads of work going on, like loads and loads of guide stuff, and yeah, it's never ending. I kind of make a lot of work for myself, though, to be fair, because I don't just do the bare minimum. I actually want the guides to be good, and I want to cover the class as best as possible. Not just the stuff that people, you know, just a couple of builds that you think people might want to play. I'm sticking out a bunch of builds, and then they're there, and they can just be updated for future. And some of these builds will hopefully get buffed eventually and be really good. Just creates more work for me, but that's okay. Speed farm, yes. Ranged. Beginner friendly, yes. I suppose we probably should put the weapon first here. You kind of need that. Why the hell's the hectic aspects in there? Oh. Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't exist anymore. We don't need aspects here because I can't get them anywhere else anymore. The Spiritborn community appreciates your work. Thanks, man. I really appreciate those kind words. Oh, yeah, it makes, you know, I do it because I really enjoy it and I really like to help people. The fact I get to do something I really enjoy and also get to share that with some people that can then hopefully have an enriched time in some way or another. That's great for me. You got to Paragon 250, Wise Wizard. Nice. GG's. I think these have all changed. I need to get my trusty list up. Boop, 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 boop. Ugh, okay. One sec. Where is it? There it is. Is in owner's trash? No! Make a copy, yes. He's put it in the trash. What? No, clearly, no, please. Oh, no, maybe. I was going to say, it was my document. Oh, no, that's okay. That's fine. I was going to say, it was my document. Duriel, here we go. Sorry, that's probably blinded you all. That's very bright. Loyalty's mantle is Bartok. Temerity comes from Harbinger of Hatred, because I checked that earlier. Thunder Gods is World. This is going to be the hardest thing to get hold of. Cube. Let's resolve. Only took all season. Well, you got there, though. That's the main thing. Got your first Arbiter kill breakpoint. Nice. That's awesome. GG's. Grants barrier, grants resolve. Yep, yep, yep. That looks. That looks nice. He dropped a 7 div item. Nice, even better. First arbiter kill, paying out. Let's go. That's always good. Giggity. Alright, all stats and resistances, I guess. Codes. Yeah, there's no real... You're not going to use... You need the full... You're going to use the full Eagle set. I think. But you just take one of these. Doesn't really matter which one. Just so you can get the double stats and the 6 slots. So you take Eagle skill damage here and... damage reduction, maybe? I don't even know if that's available here. Probably not. Oh, it is. Damage reduction while moving, maybe. Seems reasonable. Zilwusha Nakpa, please. Yes, there we go. Okay, let's save that. Actually takes a lot less to do these planners when I actually know exactly how the build's going to be. Because I spent time testing it. Armor. Scourge. Eagle, eagle. Ooh. Got a colouring issue there. We don't really care about the vigor generation so much, actually. Seeker. For vulnerable application. We don't really need the velocity gen, really, but we don't care about that. Okay, updates. Okay, that's the rotation done. Reset this. Yeah, we don't actually need that, so we'll take Thrash. Frosty, cooldowns. Damage the DR here. We don't need either of those. Knockdown. Max out Ravager. Max Frosty. Duration, max out Toxic Skin. Armor. Healing. It's fine. Armored Hide. DR, Barrier Gen, Unstoppable. Concussive Stomp Tech with Barrier and Resolve. Scourge, DR, Weaken, Vulnerable. Actually, in fact, we can go for the lucky hit. The lucky hit healing, because we've got a vulnerable application in here anyway. And then we go Seeker, Tag Team, vulnerable application, Storm Feathers. Not that we need the Storm Feathers particularly, but... And then we've just got a crap load of points left over. Which we just don't really need to spend, so I guess we just dump them somewhere. It really doesn't matter. Just leave it with 11 points unspent, I suppose. Now I can actually nick the text I used for my Touch of Death build for Thrash. So that's handy. Ravager. Oops. Oop. Oh, I need to close down Diablo 4 because that is memory leaking. I can literally hear it in my sound. Wow, I can't even close my instance quickly. Oh dear. That might have actually just crashed my computer. Oh no, it has closed. D4 has done something very bad to my computer. I don't know what. Let's close that. Maybe it'll let me. Alright, okay, I'll open it again if I need to. It clearly didn't like that very much. Okay, we've already got the vortex in there. Okay, additional block chance, unstoppable, barrier gen as well. Barrier. Don't have counter attack. We do have toxic skin. Oops. Oops, we don't have this. Alright, it's ferocity. Stacks supremacy. Quickly. Okay, I think that's all the skills. Okay, we're getting there. Let's check the Paragon board here. So we'll put Talon in here. You might want to put Drive first, actually. Spirit. Jagged plume in revealing. Nice. Yeah, put fulminate in there, but you want colossal because it gives you more damage. Do we need lucky here on this build? Not really. Oh, you get resistances, so I suppose it's still worth going for the yellow node at least. Yeah, we're a bit over on nodes, so I'm going to have to figure that out. Kind of want all those as well. Get rid of this. Might have to get rid of that. Yeah, the glyphs are expensive to activate in this build. Let's make up a few more nodes still. Guess you just lose those. There you go, that'll do. Just get shield. Just because that's where Jagged Plume goes, and honestly, you want to be able to... You want to be able to get Jagged Plume maxed out as soon as possible. Yeah, it's also cheaper to activate. Just. Okay. Jagged Plume. Colossal. Okay. Right, we're actually getting pretty close now. Boost up par. Yeah, we'll do that. Generic damage scalers. Yep. Pretty much all of those. Hey, some guy, how's it going? You just installed D4 for Xbox Game Pass and bought the Lord of Hatred expansion, but since there's 3 days left till Season 14 drops, is there any point in starting to play now? Well, I had someone else ask me a similar question yesterday, and my response is basically like, you're probably not going to try hard it.
But there's no harm in booting it up and getting a feel for the game. And then when Tuesday comes, you can boot up and blast the new season and you've got a little bit of an idea what's going on. Use it as an opportunity to test a couple of classes and see which one you prefer starting on, I suppose. Maybe. I mean, or you can wait. Whatever you deem is best for you. But, you know, there's no harm in testing a couple of bits out. You can find what you like or don't like. I wrote this up there, but I'll leave down there just in case I missed it up here. Don't often colour the stuff down here, but this one I'll make an exception for because I reckon I'll get asked this a lot. So 27th. Hey, Silver Surfer, how's it going, dude? First time chatter. Are there services where someone would log into my account and build a meta build? So that is against terms of service of the thing. Like, so I'm not going to go and... Don't worry, you're not going to get in trouble for saying that. But if you get caught doing that, it could, your account could be at risk. I'm not saying it would be, it just could be. So I wouldn't be, I'd be doing you disjustice if I didn't say that. Oh, mostly a joke about the game being complicated endgame. It's not that bad. But if you've got, do you know what would be better, Silver, is if you're unsure about stuff or if you're stuck or you need help, you're more than welcome to ask or drop questions in this chat, and I'm sure someone here could give an answer, if not help you out. These games inherently require quite a lot of knowledge to be like really good at in the end game, so it's just... That's why, I mean, I do a lot of guides and they help a lot of people so they can understand this class a bit better and deeper and stuff like that, you know, that's, and people look for that stuff so that they can just blast and not have to figure things out too much. That's what some people like to do, you know. And that means I get to help some people, which is really nice. Okay, let's get these other variants done and then sort the linkage out. And then this build is good to go. None. Yeah, it's okay, Aussie. It's all right. I mean, it's not harm in asking a question, but yeah, I mean, you know, I've made a big enough point about it. It doesn't need to be said anymore, you know. You kind of been doing that, but by watching a lot of videos on what Lord of Hatred adds, but guess it'll be good to join to get some of the free Battle Pass stuff like the Portal, for sure. I mean, you may not be able to complete the whole Battle Pass unless you really blast. If you blast for 2 days, you can probably do it all, to be honest.
But you'll be able to get some of the free stuff. Why not? It's there to be it's there to be to be obtained. Right, this will be a really easy variant to do. So by this point, you should have Giga stuff. That's probably about it, to be honest. I mean, nothing else is going to change. Okay, that's that one. Okay, let's get that in there. Wishing up her. Lord's Mantle. Temerity. Oh, we don't need the Harmony Blocker there, do we? Thunder Gods. And Procyon Heart. Those are literally like all of the uniques. All of them. It's very unique heavy, this build. So it's quite high gear requirements. Mythic. I will likely at this point suggest using rebounding instead of reapers. Just to make it a bit easier to get there. Rest will be the same. Oh, actually, there is one thing to change here for this one. Paragon board needs to be stripped down a bit. Will you need me to push any more builds? No, I don't really. No, I don't need you to push anything else, Zach. It's fine. This is the last build I'm testing, endgame wise. I literally don't have the resources to test anymore, even if I wanted to. And I just don't have the time now anyway. I've got... This will be the 7th build complete. Build's complete. And I have... where's my list? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've still got 8 more endgame builds to actually end up. A lot of these I've already got a planner. I need to just go through and update them. So tomorrow is going to be very busy. Very busy. And then I got 3 leveling guides, but they won't take as long because they don't have as many. They don't have all the paragons and stuff. So it's only 1 to 70. So I've got a lot to do. But yeah, there won't be any more. I mean, the fact that I'm potentially going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 endgame builds for day one. And Swarm is a unique build in its own. And then you've got a bunch of Rod of Kepaleka builds. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those. And then you've got a Touch of Death build, which I made as a non-Rod of Kepaleka build, because that's totally viable. Rock Splitter Thorns, that's the Thorns build. Fire Rock Splitter, if you want to play a basic skill crazy fire build. Firestorm, totally another. That'll be giga fast as well. That'll be as fast as what I'm doing now, just a different playstyle. It might actually be better than this. It'll probably be as fast. Fire Sword, totally unique playstyle. That'll be okay. And then Evade Storm Feathers, which is giga fast. Yeah, so there's a whole range of builds in there. And all of these will do 120 to 125 plus. A lot of them will be 130 plus. And then the very tops will do I want to say 140. They might go a bit higher, but that will be real try hard. So I'm underestimating that for now. So yeah, I don't really have time to do any more, even if I wanted to at this point, I don't think. All right, let's get this one finished. So we've got to strip this down to a much lower amount of points. Nice. There we go. There we go. Take those out. Probably just strip all of these down. Oh, actually, no. This is the one build where you will actually still want all of those. You want to max Jagged Plume as quickly as you can, and you'll sacrifice other stuff for that. Because that scales your damage enormously. And then obviously you can get the rest of the stuff as you go. So we'll see how many points we land on. I may well have to take a couple of little small clusters out to get to my usual sort of numbers I normally get to. You kind of want that cluster there as well. There's certain things you actually want on this build earlier rather than later. So you're probably going to have to sacrifice some clusters here, I'm pretty sure. Early on. 32. 25. Just do that. And that. So that we can get down to... I normally aim for similar sort of numbers. Endgame 230, so I've still got loads. I've still got to get another 40 odd down here. It's loads. Jeebus. Seven. Definitely going to have to take those out. Oh, I've got wasted nodes there anyway, apparently. Don't know why I've got a square there. That's weird. Yeah, I've got to get rid of another 10 nodes. I've got to find... I might have to get rid of one of these. I need one more cluster. That's resistance and armor. That's life and armor. No, we'll probably have to take that one out as well. There we go. We hit the break point. Okay. Just trying to make it so it's like achievable for people at those certain points of the... Storm Feathers. Right, end game into here. Push. Cool.
Any build recommendations to play for the 2 days? Some guy, Grog? What sort of... Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat and do this at the same time. What sort of characters do you normally like to play in RPGs? Do you like to play like warrior-style characters, ranger-style characters, mages, monks, or... I don't know what other games you've played before, so that'll give me an idea what like sort of archetypes you generally like to play. Like, do you like to play minion builds? There's 8 classes now in this game with the expansion, so there's a vast range of style of builds to play in characters and like archetypes. So it really comes down to what sort of stuff you would enjoy as to what I'd recommend to start with. But at this point, you need the Wushan up high and a Loyalty's Mantle. Minimum. The rest is... Oh. Oh, no, there we go. That's better. Are you going to be working on Quill Body build at some point? Yes, it's on my list for tomorrow. I was actually looking at it earlier, but I ended up doing a different one instead. But yeah, it's all, I've got two. I'm going to separate them into separate guides. Fire Quill Body and Lightning Quill Body. I've already got Lightning written up. Fire is just the variant. They'll both be done tomorrow at some point. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I actually need to be able to sit down and focus and just blast through a load of builds so I can get them all done for Sunday. So hopefully all of them will be done tomorrow one way or another. And in a reasonably decent state. That's fine. You'll need the Wushan up high here. Well, you won't have the barrier gen here, but I guess we just put another defensive aspects in there or something easy for now. We have some barrier gen in the skills, just not the giga barrier gen. Hmm. Seems fine. And then we'll change that to supremacy. That is the one I don't often suggest doing that here, but you're going to need that to be
this. Same with that. They're going to need to be GA'd. I don't often recommend GA tempers in the starter variant, but that one you will need. Rebounding. Okay. There's one I'm looking for. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Where is it? Basic skills grant you increased damage up to 10 times. I mean, that's not a bad option. This will be fine. It's just a key. It's just to plug that gap, I guess. I mean, oh well, technically Fleet Wings would be better. If you have the movement speed, though, which you might not at this point, so it's probably not better. Might actually put cooldown on the ring here as well. Just try and help them at this stage. The cooldown problem. And then I can have it down here. Tempers. On or evade. I had a blast in season 13, Youthful Spirit. Nice. Trying out a build where the Storm Feathers did all my damage. That's literally what I've been playing today, Youthful. How far did you manage to get it? I was just testing it tonight with my gear and I was doing 120s easily enough. I've heard it's taking a bit of a hit damage-wise, but then it's getting buffed up by a bunch of uniques. And I tested without transfiguration, so I'm pretty sure next season this will still do 120 to 125. It's giga fast, though. It's literally the guide I'm writing now. I can demonstrate in a minute if you want. I'm actually maybe 2-3 minutes away from having this guide done completely. I'm just maybe a couple more minutes. I'm just finishing off the final touches here. So if you want to hang around for a minute, I can probably demonstrate it to you before I go offline. Set there. That's fine down there. We don't need those. Oops. Those come later on. And that is... see it. You did pit 115? with some room to go. Nice. That's really good. So if you made your own build and you did a 115 of it, you should be proud of that. That's awesome. It doesn't matter if it goes as high as another builds. If you're like just playing a build to have fun and you had fun on it, then then as far as I'm concerned, you won. You know? Don't get me wrong, some people's fun is playing the builds that the strongest builds and competing, and that's totally fine as well. There's nothing wrong with that. But I've played a whole bunch of builds this season, some of which I've got guides for, and I'm pretty certain no one else has, because they are a bit out there. And I've managed to do 120, 125 on all of them without transfigurations on any of the builds, because I test without transfigs deliberately so that I can have a relative confidence that if I give the build to someone, they've got a good chance of being able to get to that point, or at least somewhere near to it as well. Transfigurations obviously is RNG, so I try to cut that out where I can. And then obviously if you want to do the RNG game and try hard and get insane gear, you'll just be stronger. So it can only get better from there. The only thing I didn't do on this build earlier was successfully kill T12 Lilith, because she's a bit of a pain. Well, I could do it. Just a bit. I've got the damage. It's just squishy, you know. I'm testing without Glynn's Anvil deliberately, because that's getting nuked a bit next season as well. So I want to make sure I'm not relying on something that's not going to work next season. But I think I'm pretty much done here. The only other thing I'm going to need to do is just minimize down this Paragon board. It's about 160, 170. So we're going to have to get rid of these and this. Okay. It's going to be tough to cut down, holy. Might have to take that one away. Take that entire board out. Alright, we're pretty much there. That's about as minimal as you can get. Sacred Blood Bunny, how's it going? Drink City Streamer, I need it. It is freaking hot in here. It is really humid here tonight. Yeah, really humid. I think that's it. I've got one last thing I need to test here. Just make sure the build's good. And I think it's done. Alright, endgame, mythic, pushing, mythic, endgame, starter, endgame, pushing, mythic. Right, that all works. That linkage works. Good. These will be broken, so I'll need to get these. Your Spiritborn made you forget that your mythic uniques even existed, since the unique items and ancestral gear were much better for me. That's true. We did use the Air of Perdition this season on some builds just because it had so much damage on it, but that's gone next season. So there are some builds I'm using some iconic uniques, they're going to be called, on, but not many. This build won't. And that's okay. It uses quite a lot of uniques, this though. Right, this build's done. The only thing I need to do is change this to tag season 14. Bo Shokalaka, that is done. Let me just tick that one off. That's another build done. And that is going to do... I did 120. With no transfigs. And not GG gear. How high do I reckon this will go this season if I had GG gear and one really great transfigs? Relative to next season. 125. 130, you need to be hitting for like near hundreds of trillions, I think. I'll put 125 down. I think that's because it is taking a hit on the damage, but then it's going to come up because you're going to get the buffs on all the mythics. You'll get a buff from the Thunder Gods, the Temerity. The Protein, well, actually, no, the Protein and Loyalties, they don't actually get the buffs on them, do they, directly? And then you take a bit of a hit on the resolve. I think the actual feathers themselves are taking a hit for some reason. And then transfigs on top of that. And I had wiggle room already. So I think 125 at absolute peak if people really wanted to do it. It's giga fast though. S tier for speed farm. It'll be pretty good for Infernal Hordes. Bosses, it's A. Pit, it's going to be... I mean, 125 is essentially C tier for me here. So that doesn't matter though. It's not designed for that. So overall, I'd put that as a... In the overall rankings, I'd put it in A tier, but I'd probably put it quite... I don't know. It's very fast compared to most builds. I can demonstrate it to you quickly what I came up with before I go off, you fool, if you're still here. Yeah, the heat wave here is crazy. Heat wave's nuts. I'm literally sweating through my shorts, I think. It's rank. Yeah, nice. Right, yeah, I'll just demonstrate quickly. I'll just run a 120, which is what I was testing before. I'll just check my gear, make sure I left it in a semi-decent state. What a mental image. Goes well with Thunderpants there. Yeah. Yeah, looks sensible. Here we go, right, 120-ish. Here we go. So I've managed to solve Perma Evade without using Rushing Claw, which was my main goal tonight. I just got to wait for my Supremacy to stack a little, and then the damage will start coming in. Ush. Yeah, a little squishy without that dodge chance, I'm going to be honest. Okay. I am not sure I like using Reapers. I'm going to swap it back to rebounding. Yeah, I was testing between two aspects. The problem is, if you don't have that dodge chance, so it's only 60%, but if you don't have it, you are just absurdly squishy. So for now, I think I'm going to go back on that. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about the defensive side of things here. I mean, if you don't use Temerity, you're going to have to use the Q rune. But the Temerity will be stronger. You just don't get the defensive aspect, I suppose. Oh, this is better. We don't start with an elite pack with fire chains before I've even got my defense stacked up. Okay, once this gets going... There you go, the damage is starting to kick in now. Cool. Right, let's go. Yeah, we got the Supremacy aspect on, so it charges up the more you're casting your ultimate, so you have to wait for that to stack a little bit. But once that's up, you can sort of sustain it pretty well. As long as you don't die, of course. This is quite a big map, and there's not very many enemies for some reason. But you can see the damage numbers. I've hit upwards of in the double-digit trillions. I'm hitting for trillions pretty consistently here. So that's pretty nice. I guess if you did a 115, you would have been hitting for trillions. Probably just not double digits regularly. Or at all. You might have been in a single digit. Or you'd have been in single digit trillions, I guess. Still decent though. I mean, that's a lot of damage. That's more than we used to do. I think I might have changed something on my gear here. I feel a lot squishier than I did earlier. But yeah, that evade on rebounding does help a fair bit. Because you evade a fair amount of stuff. I need to get this guy down. So it's pretty decent. But the where this really shines is just general T12 farming, to be honest. But yeah, the funny thing is, evading is actually slower than my run speed. I run at maximum, I've got maximum move speed here. So, sure, it's not as fast as It's not as fast as Rushing Claw was, and nothing's going to be quite that fast next season, no matter what we do. But having perma evade means you can evade and you can permanently activate your Quatley's charm set with this build in combat, and then you can just run between stuff. Turn Toxic Skin on, so you've got unhindered, just run through things and then just run really fast through the maps. I don't need to use the thing that uses Storm Feathers from the sky, no. I don't need that. Some of them spawn because of my ultimate. My ultimate drops Storm Feathers, but I don't really need them, to be honest. They're sort of just there. They hit, they do damage, so they stack up the Resolve on my Thunder Gods. So they just keep my Resolve stacked really quickly and really easily. I am not going to fight these crackling souls, and not my friend. This is my point. Like, when you move at this speed, and then you can just evade every now and then, you don't really need to move much faster than that. Oh, it's another crackling soul. Are you having a joke? Come on. 2 in a row. The one thing about this build is the damage here is the same on the bosses. Like, it doesn't fall off on bosses. Once it's the only target, you actually do pretty good boss damage on this build, like relative to the damage you do when you clear towards a boss, because a lot of builds in Spiritborn suffer on boss damage. Like, they're really good for clearance, and then they sort of just fall off a little bit for bossing, so they take much longer to kill the bosses. That's kind of, not all builds, but a lot of them. Yeah, I haven't quite cleared a 120 in 5 minutes yet, but with a good run, you probably could. Obviously, I'm using a Heart of Stone, so I get a lot of progress from that. But yeah, speed farming, this build's nuts, to be honest. Come on, why is that guy taking so long to die? I just want to get, there we go, boss, right, 9 minutes 23 on the boss. The boss should go down pretty fast though, once we get going on him, yeah. I mean, this, if I get a good burst of damage on him, might do this in 6 minutes. That was a 5 minute 57 run of a 120, so it's not too bad. Just picks up a whoosh and up par. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not bad. You plan on trying Rogue? Yeah, Rogue's going to be really strong next season, I think. I think, generally speaking, it sounds like they're going to have a number of builds that are going to be pretty decent. At that speed, you don't need a horse anymore. Yeah, literally. It's probably, actually, it probably is faster than my horse, literally. So, like, actually, this is the thing that's most interesting about this build. Check out the speed farming on this build. Your sister got sunburned even with sunscreen on. Wow. Obviously, it depends what factor she put on as well. Hey, Akradin, how's it going? I've just updated the build guide. It's fully ready to go for Season 14. But it works perfectly fine for this season as well. Yeah. Also, welcome in, dudes. Appreciate you jumping in. If you've got any questions, hit me up either here or Discord. I'll be going offline in a minute, so you might have to hit me up on Discord. So I won't be online again until Sunday. If you've got any questions. But yeah, hopefully it's clear enough. But yeah, it's you know, even with the damage reductions, the slight buffs and stuff, and then transfigurations, this will be fine. Look how fast I move. La 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 la. You just run through until you find what you want to find, and then just blast. It's pretty much what we used to have, right? I mean, everyone's gonna be like, "We so slow," because they're so used to evading across the screen at an absolutely absurd speed. But this is the fastest thing we're gonna have, easily the fastest build, and then Firestorm's gonna be similar, I think. Like Firestorm, we can use this tech on as well, I believe. So we'll be able to move Giga Fast on there as well, because that uses Storm Feather tech and stuff. In fact, that actually makes if I use this tech instead of Rushing Claw, and I can make that work for Firestorm, then that actually becomes stronger than what I tested in the PTR. Because that means I don't have to have the aspects on to solve the cooldown problem. It means I can have another damage aspects on. So I think both this and Firestorm are going to be pretty sick fun. Are going to be the fastest farming builds next season in terms of raw mobility. That can just, I mean, Firestorm will absolutely decimate this. So if this takes such a big hit in damage, you could literally use almost the same stuff with a couple of tweaks to go and do Storm Feathers instead. Firestorm instead, and just get a Sunbird, gorge it, and run that instead, and just build for that instead. And that will annihilate the game for sure. Oh, that was a sick build to play this season. Am I frolicking? Goodness me. I am not frolicking, no. I might change some of my gear for Stinger, but testing, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the setup for Stinger. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some tweaks when you get into the season and play it. We'll probably find further bugs and whatever. You know. Anyway, I am pretty happy with that. I am going to save that one off. I'm going to take some footage of that, and I'm going to make a video after this stream for how to perma-evade. And I might even record a build guide for this. I don't need this build now, so I can save that there. Hey, Rawleys, how's it going? Yeah, not bad. I'm actually going to go offline in a second. I'm melting. It's bloody hot. And I think I was going to consider doing the Firestorm build, but I kind of want to record this video, and I'm sort of all guided out today. I've done 7 guides today or something. And a lot of testing on top of that. I feel like I need to stand up and move around a bit. Check my cat's all right, because there was a huge thunderstorm, etc. But yeah, that build's turned out pretty good, actually. I'm pretty happy with that one. Let's have a look to see who's online. Okay, who we got? It's not an awful lot of people online right now. Who's this here? Alright, I might send you over to a friend of mine. Alright, let's flick over it. Alright, guys. It's been a fun one. I wasn't really quite sure today when I went into this as to how it was going to go. Like, I knew it worked with Rushing Claw in this season. I was kind of keen to see if we could make something work for Storm Feathers next season. And I wasn't quite sure if we'd even be able to get the mobility to a good point. But it actually turns out we can.
which is freaking awesome. And it works. Turns out it's probably going to be pretty good for speed farming, so that's decent. Hey, look at cutie. Hey! This is my serious face, sacred. Anyway, on a serious note, thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. I really do appreciate you all. Everyone that's here the whole time, anyone that's new, anyone that's been lurking, really appreciate you just spending a little bit of time here. It's really the most valuable thing we all get. So, yeah, thank you, guys. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button on my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. I will be blasting next week, covering this, have a load of builds up, etc., etc. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see some of you around. If you need to get hold of me about any builds and such before Sunday, Discord is the best place. It's just been linked in all the channels, so feel free to come and join there, guys. I'm pretty responsive there, generally speaking. So, yeah, that's the best way to get hold of me. But if not, you can wait till I'm next live or hit me in my YouTube comments or whatever. That's totally fine as well, because I appreciate not everyone wants to join a Discord all the time. But yeah, hopefully we'll see some of you there. The community's been growing, and there's awesome people there. No worries, Breakpoint. Thank you, guys. All channels except Twitch, as always, thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. I really do appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day and Saturday, whichever time zone you're in. Some of you might already be there. Some of you might get there tomorrow. It's hot here. I'm going to take some time, see some friends, and work on these guides tomorrow, so you can hopefully expect to see all these guides up and running for Sunday. And there should be a whole bucket load of them. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Nebulous Flower, our friend. There's not that many people streaming in the D4 category right now, so we'll send you over to her. She's a good crack. Please come over and show all the love, say hi, hit with the emotes, all the usual fun. I'm sure she'll really appreciate it, even if it's just for 5 minutes. Go cool down. Yes, I'm going to quickly record a video. It's a short one, so it's not going to be too long to record once I've had a drink and stuff. So yeah, let's go over and say hi to Nebulous, see what she's getting up to. I'm sure she'll really appreciate it. As I say, I won't be on tomorrow. I've got something I'm seeing with some friends, and I'm going to, once I get home from that, I think I'm just going to chill and work on these guides, try and blast through as many as possible, so I haven't got as many to do during the day on Sunday. But I want to basically have my plethora of guides pretty much done and updated for Sunday. So I won't be like rushing them at the last minute. So there'll be loads of them. And I'm going to record a video shortly about the perma evade stuff. So that'll be on my YouTube channel for the whole season. So people will know how to do it. And a demonstration of what it does. And I'm sure some people will find that really useful, hopefully. Thank you, Marcelo. I appreciate that. It's very kind. So yeah, I'll be back on Sunday though. I might actually to be fair, I will be doing leveling testing on Sunday because I have not got the resources to test any more endgames builds, and I am not doing any more endgame build guides for Season 14 on top of the 15 I'm already going to have. That's enough. That's a lot more than I would normally have. So, yeah, we'll do some leveling testing and chill on Sunday, probably. And, yeah, hopefully see somebody there. Usual sort of time. And, yeah. I think that's about it, guys. So have a great rest of your day. Great Saturday, guys. Keep safe, keep blasting. Much love. And I'll see you guys on Sunday. Cheers.